Two. Boy, I had some congestion there. It was underwhelming too. It was kind of... That was like the pit of despair. It was like that moment. It was like that. The pit of despair. Don't even think about... Don't even think about trying to escape. The chains are far too thick. Great movie. Love that one. What's up, sophisticated pills? Hello. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. We're back. We have a big day today. Big day today. We're going to be talking about Canadian politics. Jason Kenney obviously stepped down, but I think we can talk about Jason Kenney and what's been going on in Alberta. How the Jason Kenney premiership is coming to this inglorious end. What's the left doing? I'm going to be talking about that with Jeremy Appel. I always want to say Jeremy Appel now, even though that's not his name. And it's his own fault for calling his Substack The Orchard. I blame Jeremy for this. Jeremy Appel is coming on at 2 p.m. So we're going to talk about Jason Kenney stepping down, Alberta, some of the stories he's been working on. We can also just continue talking. I mean, we talked a lot about, we watched our interview with Pierre Polyev yesterday and Jordan Peterson, which was really enlightening for everybody. Nice to know that neither of those guys have any clue what they're talking about when it comes to history, when it comes to describing socialism, describing the economy. This is supposed to be a conversation about how to fix all these problems, and neither of these guys have any understanding of why the problems are happening, let alone what we're supposed to do to fix them. So that's good. That's where the conservative movement is at. Looks like Doug Ford's cruising to another easy victory in Ontario. I think something I'd like to talk about today is the failure of the last couple of years of any form of left organizing in Canada, both federally and provincially. In Quebec, in Ontario, in Alberta, in BC, the last 5-6 years have been an extraordinary wasted opportunity, I think, as all these crises have deepened. Extraordinary opportunity for the left to present an alternative vision. And it just has failed to materialize. It's just failed to materialize at every step. It fails to materialize where the NDP is winning, like they won in Alberta, like they won in BC. They're not able to turn Doug Ford into anything. They can't beat Doug Ford or the Liberal Party. The left in Quebec has done. I mean, it's just been nothing has been going on. So it's kind of a broader conversation we have today. Apples and oranges on the animal farm. These guys literally have a childlike understanding. Like, these guys claim to hate socialism, and they're like, why do you hate socialism? It's because of a children's novel. Then that's all they have to say about it. Are we ready for the special announcement? I guess it's not time to do it. It's still early in the stream and there's not that many viewers, but I promised a special announcement. Do we want to talk about the very special announcement? Is that what we want to talk about? The grotesque spectacle and heinous excesses of bourgeois liberal democracy and the rose emoji, a thread. Our rose emoji friends just haven't had the answers. They don't have the answers here. They don't have the answers in America. They don't have the answers in the UK. Again, we were talking about another example of this in the Discord earlier, in the cursed takes section of the Discord. These chauvinistic Western Marxists who have accomplished nothing. But we do love to lecture other countries who have accomplished things, though. We do love that. We do love lecturing countries that have accomplished things. And we obviously have so much to teach these places, right? Because we're so on the left here in Canada, the UK, and America, and elsewhere. We've done such a great job building socialism over the last few decades. I think we should spread our knowledge to these misinformed fake socialists in the developing world. They need to hear what we have to say. They're not doing socialism right, folks. They're messing it up. They're messing it up and they're making us look bad. Why won't they listen to us? This is the question. Okay, kind of all over the place this morning. Here's the big announcement, okay? Big announcement time. Alright, are you ready for this? Let's hear from Nightbot. It was a special announcement. Oh my. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What's this? What's this? We have a TRRS merch store. I guess we got audio only people here as well. We got a TRRS merch store. Just dropped. Merch store just dropped. Over on TeePublic. tpublic.com/stores/TRRS. But there's a whole like affiliate link. And the affiliate link, you have to click that. Which is in the chat. Which is tpublic.com/stores/TRRS?ref_ID=26556. That's the special affiliate link that you need to use. And it's already on sale. There's a sale right now. Both of these designs, we're going to have more designs coming. We're going to have more designs coming. Okay, these are the first two. We got a couple more on the way. Both of these were done by community member Outrun. Big shout out to Outrun. Much appreciated because these designs are really cool. Here you have the TRRS, the Fighting Momos shirt. I ordered a couple of new items today. So my official TRRS merch is in the mail right now coming to me. Again, this shirt here. The TRRS Fighting Momos. You can get a number of different colors. I picked up a white one. The hoodies are quite cool too. Look at this. Look at how sick this is. Okay. That's that one. And we have the like kind of old school logo arrow design. And so this, I'm a little nervous about this because I think this looks really cool. This white on white part here, but I don't know if this is actually going to show up on the actual shirt. So keep that in mind. But you get the TRS, the arrows logo. A couple different designs. Again, it's like a yellow on yellow. You see it in the preview. I'm a little nervous that it's not going to look like that in the actual shirt. A couple of those ones. The hoodies of these are very cool as well. I picked up actually one of these. This is the exact one that I got today. I picked up this exact hoodie today, this TRRS hoodie. There's stickers, mugs, masks. all kinds of stuff. So eventually, and that's once again, here's the merch link in the chat. Nightbot. Eventually, there's going to be like a TRRS website. I think friendshiptriangle.com that will have everything. Everything will live there. You'll be able to get the merch there. For now, though, you can just do it directly from the affiliate link on the TeePublic website. Really cool stuff, and I'm really looking forward for more designs because we're going to have a few different ones. E-commerce king, that's right, Maxi. That's right. Absolutely. That's me. We're going to have more stuff. We're going to have Rousseau Institute for Western Destabilization merch. A bunch of stuff. Really cool. I'm really looking forward to getting my merch. And now you can wear this in public and you can talk to people in your real life. You can talk to people in real life about this community. And they can say, what's TRRS? And you can say, well... And then you explain what it is. I don't know how I would describe it. The first thing you need to understand is that it's not a pyramid scheme or a cult. Before I can tell you what it is, I got to tell you what it's not. Okay? I've got to tell you what it's not first. I should have an update for you soon on a couple of great old Dutch. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to having more. In fact, I would like to have a design, now that I think about it, that's like one of those brands with like a little slogan under it. That's like in quotes under, and it's like, it's not a cult or a pyramid scheme. Like that's the slogan. Is that a band? No, it's this Twitch stream I watched that's about soda. Yeah. That's right. That's exactly correct. I'd wear the shit out of a not a cult shirt. This is what I'm talking about, Marina. Is what I'm and you should be. Marina needs to be a brand ambassador for this because they're a big time influencer and content creator. I've wanted a cult member shirt like this. What's this here?
Don't you want devoted followers who leave their families for you, give their money to you, give their bodies to you, give up their lives for you?
I don't want any of this stuff.
God, and will kill for you?
I love you.
Don't you want to become a cult leader? Since the death of God, there's been a vacancy open. You could fill that void. Here's how. Structure your cult like an onion with the most benign and helpful features on the outside and the most controlling, kooky, and evil parts at the secret inner
We wouldn't
core.
do any of this, though.
Use deception. Don't tell them who you really are. Lie.
I'm very honest.
Leave out important information or distort information.
Are you trying to recruit me? No. I'm just trying to share something meaningful with you.
What's wrong with that?
Establish front groups.
We're a Bible study group.
We're a management course.
We're a meditation center.
We're a world peace organization. We're a personal development center.
We're a drug
All this sounds pretty harmless to me.
Promise to fulfill their dreams.
Don't you want a world of unconditional love and brotherhood?
We have the secrets to self-improvement.
You can join us and be special.
That sounds
Join
nice
our
to me.
deep mission to save the world.
The inner
We can
core is just
teach you
enjoying
special
Steely Dan.
powers, personal power.
Psychic power.
Past life connection.
This is messed up that
Showing
someone
me
would act like this.
Offer them something free and get them to feel obliged to give you something in return.
Well, we gave you that free dinner. The least you could do is come to our weekend intensive.
You can tell them time is running out and that they
See a
must
list
make
of
their
what not to
decision
do
now,
in
or
life.
it will be too late. don't give them time to think. Diminish doubting commiseration by separating your new recruits from each other. Surround them with happy, true believers, so when in doubt, they will tend to do what everyone
just because I
around
don't
them
want you
is
to be in
doing
touch
and
with
believe that is normal.
toxic people. I mean, that's not a
Start
bad
with a
thing.
prolonged period of love bombing. Surround them with unconditional love and attention.
Oh, that's
Your
terrible.
cult family
Ooh.
should act friendly and interested. Get information and hone their weak spots.
Tell us about yourself.
Take this personality test.
And then use this information to manipulate them.
Gradually, over time, you'll begin to shape the recruit's behavior by granting or withholding this love and attention. After they've bonded,
This is some
slowly
guy,
start making
Rob
your
Russo,
demands
some
upon
leftist
them.
based in
The message
Canada.
being,
I was
Nothing
turned on to
in
this
this
sick individual, and I found this.
Hey, Grom, thanks very much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome, friends. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm just looking at this video about cults that's just kind of like a list of what not to do. And moreover, a list of things that I don't do. And that no one in this community is familiar with. I mean, frankly, a lot of the stuff in this cult video seems like, surrounding people with love and affection. Well, that doesn't so bad to me. Cutting out toxic people in your life. I mean, everyone should be doing that. Anyway, we can continue watching this in a moment. I was just showing everyone that brand new special announcement is that there's some TRRS merch that was just freshly printed. It's just launched today. Just launched today. Brand new merch store with TeePublic, a couple of really cool designs for the community on there. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. But it's not a track. Eventually we'll have... This design would look amazing on a tracksuit. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob. This is a no suppressive person zone. I was glad to hear Kino went well last night, Doc. Sorry I can never join for those things. I'm just busy. Family stuff. Don Dark Zoni, thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you. The Rob Rousseau Show is neither a cult nor a pyramid scheme. Are there big boy sizes? I mean, like, I am a big boy, and I buy just I get the regular large. The large shirt is big enough for me. And there's also XL, 2XL, 3XL, 4 and 5XL. So you calling yourself a big boy is an insult to big boys like myself. Listen, I don't take away from my lived big boy experience, okay? I'm a big boy. I'm able to hide it. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob. I'm able to hide talk you through all this because you get to see this part.
We're not trying to recruit you. We are just trying to share something meaningful with you.
What's wrong with that? This is what I want to know. I mean, they're saying it like it's a bad thing. Has this community been life-changing for many people? Yes. Right? That's not an exaggeration. That's a real thing. Why would people be against that? Thank you, John. I really appreciate the 13 months resub at tier 2 and for all the contributions you make to this community. Thank you, John. Really got hung up there. Anyway, Alana, yes. Yes. You can now use the merch command in the chat, which will bring you to the link to the TeePublic store. A couple of really cool designs, a couple more coming on the horizon as well. I ordered a couple things. I ordered this exact hoodie today. And a white TRRS Fighting Momos shirt. Really looking forward to both of those. The link doesn't work. What? Are you sure about that? It's the exact affiliate link from right up here that they tell me to share. Jamaican Patty, thank you for continuing the gift sub you got from Squatch that didn't trigger an alert, but I am going to. Oh, it did increase the sub. It did increase the sub goal. Okay. Thank you, Jamaican Patty. So that's it. Okay, so let me continue this video. Because a lot of this stuff in this video makes a lot of sense to me, so I don't see what the issue is.
The world has value unless it relates to the leader or the ultimate purpose.
Control their behavior.
Come live with us.
Wear these clothes.
Eat this food. All you need is 2 hours sleep.
Prescribe a
You
rigid
can count
schedule.
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. Thank you, Don Dark Sony, for another gifted sub. Thank you very much. Can I get a cult member shirt in the T Public store? I think we're going to do some kind of variation of that.
With as little sleep as possible. If you can, restrict their eating habits to low-protein food. Control their thoughts.
Our ideology answers all questions to all problems.
Let our doctrine think.
Should organize a mass
Control
exodus of
their
subs to the
emotions.
Patreon so you get an increased cut in
Induce
orders
guilt.
beholden to the Twitch
The
payment
United
system.
States dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima.
People are dying of
You're probably
starvation.
right. It's just
People are dying.
the fact
of
is though it's
starvation.
easy. It's gamified on Twitch in such a way that it's like that's why you can't. It's really difficult to do that. It's gamified in such a way that makes it easier for people to subscribe and gift subscribe. No one other service has this gift sub feature. This is exactly why Twitch is like the only service that is out here like this, that they feel like they can't just like arbitrarily cut creators' pay because they know that no one's going to go anywhere else because they can't get to the same level. That's the problem with Twitch. And the emotes, that's it. And if you can control their food, there's all kinds of stuff you can put in to make people more susceptible to influence. Yeah, exactly. And again, we would never do anything like that. And it's not when we eventually move into phase 4 of the community, when we have the friendship compound, none of that's going to be going on.
You are not living up to your potential.
You are not living up to your potential.
You cheated on that test.
And fear.
The enemy will electroshock you.
Torture you.
Kill you. Or carry you off to hell.
Control information. Keep them from knowing all the workings of the cult.
Block
Twitch
out
controls
any
90%
information
of the
which
market,
is critical
yeah.
of the group.
Encourage members to spy and report on one another.
LSD
Separate
and the
group
chopped
from
mac and
themselves by
cheese.
attacking the self and inducing a mental breakdown disguised as a spiritual awakening. When they start to freak out, have side effects, or hallucinate, tell them they are flushing out the bad stuff inside.
You know, I go often back to like Kubrick, as how Kubrick is kind of like in his work, there's all kinds of different little hints and clues about the fucked up culture we live in. And, you know, one thing that this stuff makes me think about, because obviously we like to joke around about being a cult here, which is obviously isn't true. But the introduction to Full Metal Jacket, when they're chanting and stuff with the guns, it's so disturbing. And the whole drill sergeant thing, you know, breaking down the self and breaking them down to nothing and then building them back up. It's so fucking twisted. It's like state-sponsored
through all this.
Mass cult brainwashing. A cult will often ask for continuous financial assistance, sometimes known as subs. Well, Starlight, as this video outlined, I mean, sometimes you're offering something for free, this content, and you're asking for something in exchange.
We simply
that's just
use
part
the
of the
computer
market.
to mark up the size of the account.
This cult stuff doesn't bother me, but I'm still fuming about the unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. The Ukraine. Iraq too. Heh.
Thank you, Doc, for the 200 friend coin. We're gonna watch that clip after. That was one of the most enraging things I've ever seen. That clip of George W. Bush, and it's been triggering for many people too. Anyone like over the age of 25, basically. That video has like 15 million views. That really like tapped into something. They're really just dabbing on us, aren't they? They don't care. John McCain's Ghost, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, John. They don't care. They're criminals. They're mass murderers. They don't give a shit. They think it's funny. It's funny to them. It's a big joke. Sick people.
When I was meditating, I felt an infinite emptiness. It was utterly terrifying.
No, this is good. You're transforming. Do it more.
You are reaching God.
You're being reborn.
You are becoming one with the universe, one with our family.
Make them paranoid about their own bodies or thought processes.
You're battling your sinful nature. Your body is detoxifying.
Tell them that there is a part of their mind they must eliminate in order to find happiness.
You must eliminate the toxic mind.
Your ego. Your ego is a source of all
Catholic
your
school
problems.
as well.
I don't know who I am anymore.
Good. Now you're free. In fact, there was no you there to begin with.
Claim authority. It can come from a divine source.
Your Bible clearly states that I am the Messiah.
Bogus scientific research.
Scientific studies prove my techniques work.
Or special knowledge.
I am the enlightened master of the universe.
Make up stories about yourself to boost your importance.
I invented air. I have special access to the aliens.
For real, I invented
But
air.
don't be stupid about it.
That's not a joke.
Start slow.
I was just gonna
A good con man
divulge that
takes
today,
a little bit
actually.
of truth and a lot of lies and pulls the wool over the eyes of the ignorant. Induce trance states and self-hypnosis by practicing thought-stopping rituals and repetitive acts like dancing.
Like the Maton
Spinning.
dance.
Singing.
We love the leader is love. When I'm not with him, I feel
I mean, if you guys wanted to start doing that kind of stuff, I wouldn't say no. It would be a little weird, but if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you.
I feel like a schlub.
Over breathing.
I feel like a schlub.
And chanting.
By the way, can we make it to level 4 of this hype train? Can we make it? We've got a minute and a half left. Unrelated to what we're watching now.
Stamp out doubt.
Practice prolonged hours of meditation.
What is having doubt
In
good?
these trance states, they are more receptive and suggestible. Revert them back to childhood dependence and mindless obedience.
This is when I'm talking about nostalgia, 90s nostalgia.
Encourage separation from their family.
Your friends and family probably won't understand.
Your friends and family probably won't understand.
It doesn't sound
This is
like
serious,
your family
though.
and friends really love you if they can't support your new decision.
Maybe you should
What's
stay
wrong
away
with that?
from them. It's unhealthy for you to be around unenlightened people anyway.
You've just become
What's wrong with that?
Your
the
friends,
friendship
cut off from
triangle.
them.
Stop wasting time with non-believers.
Stop wasting time with non-believers.
You can
Encourage
count on me. You're
dependency
gonna have
and
good old
conformity,
Rob to
and
talk you through all
discourage
this.
autonomy and individuality.
The whole purpose must be the focus. The self-purpose
You
must
can count
be
on me. You're
supported.
gonna have good old
The whole
Rob to
purpose
talk you
must
through all
be the
this.
focus. The self-purpose must be subordinated.
Have confessionals where people
Don
demonize
Darkson,
their
my
early
goodness.
lives
Good
and
old
only
Rob
praise their
to
life
talk
in
you
the
through
group.
all this.
Rewrite the past as terrible.
Don Dark
even
Sony,
if
thank you
it was
so much for
great.
the 5 gifted
Before I
subs.
came to emerge, I was a bad person.
My goodness, Don Dark Zony, thank
was
you.
greedy,
And thank you also to
misguided,
Gen X Bushy for the
self-centered,
gifted sub.
and lost.
Thank you,
My
10,000
life is
Sandwiches, for
wonderful
gifting a
now.
sub.
I hate my
And
own
thank you
life.
very much to Comrade Social Distancing for gifting 2 subs. My goodness. Thank you,
Isolate
friends.
them from
If
the
your
rest
family
of the
can't
world.
understand why Christopher
Make
Cross is
them
good,
feel
they
part
really
of a
love you.
special elite group with an important mission.
We simply use the computer to mark up the
Monuments
size
and
of the
historical
account.
landmarks
Must
will someday
support
be
stream.
erected to
Must support
commemorate
Rob.
us.
Rob is
and our
good.
sacrifices.
Rob tells the truth.
Tighten your group's
All
bond
hail
by
Rob.
establishing scapegoats
Thank you,
and
Starlight.
enemies.
Thank you for the 200 friend
Demonize
coin.
outsiders as less than human.
Thank you for
biased,
being part of this
corrupt, or
community.
conspiring against the group.
You're my
Develop
actual
an us
friend,
versus
as
them
are all the
mentality. Fighting
community
resistance.
members. Subscribe to
Tell them
community
their
members.
critical thoughts are evidence that they have committed crimes against
We're
the group.
friends, and I love
Start
you.
investigating them and make up crimes.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the
Make them
account.
feel guilty.
Can we get cool sneakers for our cult? Club
Expect saving the
uniform.
world is easy?
I'm going to say
We're all
yes.
called upon to make some sacrifices for the
Thank you,
cause.
sophisticated
Just when
pills.
things get tough, you want to give up.
You're weak.
Do you want to move forward toward freedom and enlightenment? Or do you want to fall back into your old dirty ways?
What's more important, our mission?
Our family?
Eternal salvation?
Or your petty grievances?
You're being negative.
Ignorant.
I don't hear anything wrong with
and
this,
sinful.
frankly.
Our leader is flawless.
The doctrine is flawless.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with you.
There must be something wrong with me. There must be something wrong with me.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Indoctrinate with fear. Tell them that they could be possessed by evil spirits, or suggest that
I
if they
can't
should ever
guarantee that you
leave,
won't.
something bad
If you
could
leave this
happen to
community,
them.
I can't
I'm
guarantee
just
that you
warning
won't.
you that without us, you're liable to get into a bad accident, get sick, or even die.
It's that simple. Now, don't you want to become a cult leader?
Not me.
Don't you want devoted followers who leave their families for you, give their money to you, give their bodies to you, give up their lives for you, and will kill for you?
I will
That's a
die
little,
for the
that's
cause.
taking it a bit
I
far.
will kill for the cause.
I love you.
This is so dark.
Just when
Anyways, I mean, some of that seems a little sensationalist. That's all I'm saying. Some of it seems a little sensationalist. Oh, like having a community and having friends and cutting out toxic people and having a source of inspiration and comradeship and community. Oh, that's real. That's bad. Ooh. Oh, no. Ooh. So scary. Oh, no. Everyone's being nice to me. Everyone's being nice to me, and we have a community where we support each other. Ooh. If that's wrong, I don't want to be right. Thank you. I like the cut out your family and friends part.
Have good old Rob to talk you through
Part.
all this.
It really leaves more time for meditation and intracult intrigues. Listen, they're not. It's one people that are going to be supportive. If you've got family and friends that are supportive of the things that you do in your personal life to better yourself, you know, go and talk to them a couple times a year. You know, go hang out with them on the a couple of allotted weekends, 2 allotted weekends per year. Go ahead and do that. You're totally free to do that. You know, we can be reasonable. Thank you, Sea of Noise. Thank you. I appreciate it, Sea of Noise, the gifted sub. Thank you. Very kind of you. Thank you, friends. Thank you. And Outrun, I saw you're in the chat, Outrun. I don't know how long have you been there, but you'll see that there is a merch command that brings you to the TRRS merch storefront with a couple of different designs, both created so far by community mod and friend Outrun. Designed both of these designs. That's right, G Club. We got merch. I ordered a TRRS Fighting Momos shirt today, and the logo as well. A logo hoodie. I got the white version of the Flying Momos, and I got this exact hoodie, which I'm very much looking forward to receiving. And we got Old Dutch working on some new designs as well. We got some other designs possibly coming in. Ordering 7 of each so I can wear TRRS fits every day. Thank you, Alana. Did they have an option to put it on a wrestling championship belt? I don't believe so on TeePublic, but maybe that's something that we can explore. So if you really love this community, like I said, now you can get some merch, wear it around your family and friends, and you can explain to them what it is and how it's good and it's not a cult and it's not a pyramid scheme. Can I get a TRRS branded Havana laser? You could get a TRRS sticker and put it on your Havana laser. You can't get the laser on TeePublic, but there's a workaround. It is like giving your body to the triangle. Can I get it imprinted on a tea bag? I don't believe so. They don't have the option for jumpsuits as well. Ultimately, that's what I would like. I would like to have like a jumpsuit. That's later on, though, is when we're going to do that. Putting on the hoodie and going door to door asking if people heard the good word of the Rob Rousseau Twitch stream. That's right. And then the more people that you sign up, the more position that you have in the community. It's genius. It's genius. Can I get a tattoo of this? I mean, you can. I don't know. I mean, yes. If you want to, I guess. The tattoo is required if you want to join our community. I mean, we'll set that up once we've got the compound. Once we've got the compound going, then when you show up, you get it on day one. Right? That sounds good. And by the way, all this merch is on sale right now. For the next 2 days. All this merch is on sale. So you can get a Fighting Momo's shirt or the logo shirt. And TeePublic has sales often as well. I also picked this one up today. The Fighting Momo's shirt. Oh, excuse me. Is that a lightweight hoodie? They have different ones. Like if you look at the hoodies here, here's the TRRS Fighting Momo's hoodie. I might have to get one of these as well. They've got classic, premium. I'm not sure what the difference is. The premium. I had a classic one before, and I really liked. I was happy with that. There's a lightweight one. There's a zip. I like zip hoodies as well, but they only have ones with the logo on the back, which I guess is kind of cool, but probably if I wanted a zip up hoodie, I would want a small logo and then just on like the breast or whatever. But yeah, there's classic, there's premium, and there's lightweight. Were any capitalists hurt in the making of this merge? Well, certainly not in the making of the merge. There's, as with everything, there's capitalists just benefiting from it. But, you know, once we take this community to where I want to take it, maybe some capitalists might end up getting hurt then. That's way in the future, though. And hurt, like, just as it is a joke. Not really. Am I more of a friend if I get all the merch colors? Yes. Yeah, the mugs only take rain. The mug is pretty sick. You can get a TRRS Fighting Momo's coffee mug. I bet the other one is nice. You can get a tote bag as well. If you want a TRRS tote bag, you can get that. That is an option. Is there a WormCon hat in future? There'll be more stuff coming. I want to have a bunch of designs eventually. Yeah, I'm sure the logo one would be good for on a mug, though. You can't see the S. Can you not get a different color? Anyway, thanks again to Outrun for the designs. Really, really cool stuff. I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited to get my merch. The gray one is really cool because it's like a hardcore band. I like that. I actually I'm wondering if I can repurpose this design that I did for the 49th Parallel for the stickers and pins and stuff. I'm not a great designer, but I did do this design and I've always really liked it. And I was wondering if I can repurpose it for TRRS merch, but I also don't have the original. I did it all on a phone. And I don't have the original file saved. I've got to try and track it down. But it's this design with the skull and the upside down flags and the hammer and sickle hat. I want to repurpose this. So plenty more stuff coming. Plenty more stuff coming. I placed my order. Hell yeah, damn boxes. I'm really excited about this. Seriously, this is so cool. I've been thinking about doing this for a while. I'm really hyped. Feeling sad but looking cool is kind of my thing, so this actually rocks. And same with me. I mean, that's my whole persona. That is a huge link. Very cool. Merch. That's the big announcement. Once again, we got Jeremy Appel coming in 1 hour from now. 1 hour from now, Jeremy Appel of the Substack, The Orchard, really good reporter. He's going to talk about Jason Kenney stepping down. Jason Kenney just stepped down in Alberta last night. He won the leadership challenge in Alberta by just over 50%, and I think he was planning on getting the hell out of Dodge anyways and retire and getting the fuck out and probably taking some cushy job in the oil and gas industry. I think he's looking forward to just getting away from politics and doing that. So he won the leadership election, but he was like, you know what, I still am leaving, actually. Order placed. Oh my god, this is so cool. This is so cool. It's like, it genuinely, like, it is cool for me when these things kind of become physical, like they enter the physical world like this. The idea that there's people that are going to have, like, TRRS stuff, I just think that's so neat. That's very neat to me. That this stuff is going to exist in, like, the physical world. That's fun, and not just this online world. Promoted to the numbers guy for the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. That's right, that's where Jason's going. Prior to this, we've all been but ones and zeros in the computer of Rob's mind. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Doing a materialism by having merch. And again, there's still, you know... yeah. There's no... definitely the capitalists and the whole printing process is probably not where I would like it to be. But eventually we're going to take this ethos and we're going to use it to destabilize and eventually overthrow our society. So, we're sacrificing a little bit now, and then in the future we're going to make up for it. What is merch but yards of linen? It's true. Yeah. If you make a slub to rib shirt, I'll bring that shit into the meat space for real. Eventually we can get it. Now that I've got the store, I can start thinking about this stuff a little bit more. I kind of get how it's easy. I understand the whole process of uploading stuff. It's pretty easy. Still in meetings, but to anyone that is unsure whether or not they want the merch, but also hate me, know that seeing members in something I helped design will make me cry, so you'd really be owning me. That's right. It would be a huge own of Outrun for people to wear this kind of design. And we all want to do that. Fall of Hot Dog shirt. And notice how you're making fun of my thing when I said the words Fall of Hot Dog, but you said short King Uendo. And I instantly just corrected it. I instantly just corrected your mistake. Interesting how that goes, isn't it? Anyway, I will not be making merch that reference silly things that I've said accidentally. That can just live in our hearts and minds as memes on the channel. Okay? That will have to be unofficial. You'll have to make an unofficial off-license pirate TRRS merch if you want to do that stuff. I want short. It would be good to have little short shorts. Or longer length. This MF said short. That's right. Anyway, very cool. TRRS merch store. Really exciting. Really exciting stuff. I'm very excited to get my merch. I've said that a couple times, but it's true. I am. I'm genuinely very excited. I'm excited one day to log on to this stream, and you're going to turn on the stream, and I'm going to be wearing TRRS merch. It's cool. I'm seeing my carts, my vape carts are going to arrive today. I'm excited for that as well. All kinds of new stuff coming in. Should I start a bootleg TRRS merch store? Seems like there could be some money in that. I mean, possibly. Maybe you want to wait till it blows up a bit more and take advantage of it then. There's not even really money in it now. It's really just more about being able to the fact that people are able to have stuff, which is cool. It's not something that's really going to contribute to profits in any way. It's pretty negligible because TeePublic, of course, just does everything, so they take all the money. So most of the money for the show for this merch goes to the owners of the TeePublic website. Probably not the people that are physically putting the things together, mind you. They're probably getting paid minimum wage. Most of it's going to the owners that are just sitting around and doing kind of going to meetings or whatever those people do. I don't know. When we get to merch doesn't increase the clout flow. That's exactly right. Again, when we get to Tim Pool level, Hassan level, that's when we can expand into that. I would recommend waiting to strike until we get more to that level. Sorry, I'm just reading all the tweets about I put is it Grace Blakely? I put her tweet in the Discord server, and now it seems to have started some kind of a discourse. The friendship compound will feature a garment factory. It just sucks that Hassan and Tim Pool are currently the people's choice currently by such a wide margin. I was watching some of Tim Pool's content the other day because he was rambling on about Sam Seder. And I think that's the depressing thing about Tim Pool. And like Tim Pool's popularity, because like, yeah, when I look at Tim Pool's popularity and the way that he's been able to become such a success, he literally does have a compound. As a result of this. And like, am I jealous? It's not jealousy. It's like, yeah, am I jealous? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yes, I'm jealous. That's part of it. Part of it is just pure jealousy. I admit. But the thing is, I watch the content and he's just so fucking boring. He's just like, he's not interesting. He doesn't have interesting ideas. He's just like, I find him like an off-putting person. You know, I find him just like an off-putting person. I don't like seeing, like, even if he was talking about good things, I would just be like, this guy is kind of like, makes me uncomfortable. I don't get it. That's what I mean. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm jealous, but it's also like, why is this guy so popular? It's bizarre. Almost like he's being funded. I mean, that's part of it. But there's an audience there though, too. There's an audience and there's a community. Idea, I'd taken one of those type-based, usually Helvetica regional-inspired shirts, trying to do neighborhoods or famous figure names, but instead it's all CIA special ops, conspiracy programs. That's a good idea, Old Dutch. It's really, really bizarre. And that's the thing, like, you know, I don't want to get into Hassan discourse either, but I understand why Hassan's popular though. Like, it's not, even though I don't always agree with everything Hassan says, I get it. I do understand why he is so popular. Like, Hassan's charismatic. You know, he's a handsome guy. I think he's got a lot of good ideas, even if we might disagree on some things. Overall, it's like, I'm not like offended by the idea that Hassan is popular. Would I like to be as popular? Yes. Yes, I do. I don't think that's on the horizon for me. Maybe I can get 1/10 of the way there. That would be nice. But you know what I mean? I understand why he's popular. I get it. I look at Tim Pool and I'm just like, what is this? Why is this popular? Why is this popular? I don't fucking understand. I didn't watch any of the Matt Binder versus Tim Pool debate. Should I? Like this? I don't know.
Regarding Binder's appearance on Poole's show, am I supposed to believe Poole has some moral
Is it
reasoning?
any good? Get to the Tim Pool clip. Like, I just listening to this guy talk.
So, but okay. Oh,
he
yeah,
said
here
that
it
he
is.
couldn't do it because he hosts his own show. He did mention COVID, to be fair. But then he turns it into this tweet where he's coming after me, implying we were unsafe when we followed every COVID guideline. We have hand sanitizer everywhere, and we were allowed to do the show as per normal guidelines.
All right, pause.
This was in like 2020. There was no vaccine. But just like with the yelling too, like he starts getting angry and shit. And it's just, I don't buy it. I don't know, it's so off-putting. It's so off-putting.
But then he turns it into this tweet where he's coming after me, implying we were unsafe when we followed every COVID guideline for the fans. But Sam thought it would be...
And he's like...
And later, Tim Pool got COVID, so...
Per normal guidelines. The room is extremely well ventilated. You can probably hear the fans. But Sam thought it would be good to lie, to make things up, because he never wanted to come here in the first place. And even after he knew it was in studio, and the 13th is open, and we will pay for everything, and he agreed to do it, it was all just a big con. Sam Cedar is a lying coward. And that's why people like Steven Crowder should not debate him. And that's why Steven was right for cutting him off and saying no. And Ethan Klein is damaging everything, making it all worse, because his interest is personal gain.
What is damaging everything?
He doesn't know what he's talking.
You're ruining everything.
I don't know. This guy's like a multi-millionaire. This man is a multi-millionaire. What is this? He's literally a Wojak. I hate all those guys. Well, that's the thing. It's like, Maxie, it's like I don't always agree with everything with the editorial line of the Majority Report, but I still like Sam Seder. You know, I think he's a good guy. There are things that I disagree with a lot about that whole crowd. But same with Majority Report. I understand why they're popular. You know, Sam's a great host. He's a charming guy. I think he's not like a socialist, so I disagree with him on a whole bunch. But he's at least, I can understand. I think he's like got mostly good progressive values. He's an entertaining guy. It's an entertaining show. This, I don't get this. Like, this is one of the most popular shows on YouTube. Like, this guy goes on Rogan and stuff. It's like, how is there such a big audience for this? What's the appeal of Peterson? I'm guessing it's the same audience. Part of it, yeah, it's like, it is. But I was watching his interview yesterday with Pierre Poilievre, and it's at the same time wondering, like, not only is this guy a huge dumbass, he's like not charismatic. His ideas are bad. It's literally just like speaking to these disaffected young right-wingers and giving them this father figure and giving them this pseudo academic jargon to justify their misogyny and whatever other weird issues they have. Pool's disingenuous. It's sad he's popular. You might have a smaller viewership, but it's better quality. Well, that's absolutely right. Of course, this community it's significantly higher quality. I don't doubt that. I guess I just get a little discouraged sometimes when I see like what rises to the top in this world, and sometimes I'm like, do I have to do this debate shit in order to grow this community, to get to a point where I can rival these guys? I don't want to do that. No one in the community wants that. I recognize this. No one wants me to do that. I don't want to do it. I hate this. Of course, I tell you people never to debate. That's one of the central premises of this program that brings people to this program. Never debate. I have no interest in that. It just sounds like painful and bad for everyone involved. Like, I get that Matt Binder and Sam and others can like kind of do that stuff, but it's just I have no interest in that. Did anyone watch the Matt Binder thing? Like, is it any good? Were there any highlights or anything? Any highlights? Like, how did Matt do on this?
Policy, yep, that's Twitter's policy. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's biased against conservatives.
How is it biased against conservatives?
Conservatives don't agree with the concept of misgendering.
I mean,
not a single one, right?
I mean, it's
great shirt for Matt.
That's me.
No, it doesn't matter if I'm not.
Well, that's if you ask you coming from a left-wing perspective,
sure.
right?
But it's not. I'm not making a moral statement. I'm
Sure.
saying conservatives don't
look at this
agree with the
dorky
concept
shit.
of misgendering, right?
What is this?
That's a fact.
I mean,
why is this guy
maybe there are conservatives
popular?
that don't. I mean, they do agree.
Well, but I mean, do you think conservatives
What is
agree with
this?
the concept of misgendering?
I mean, vast majority, yeah, sure.
You think they agree that misgendering is a thing?
No, they agree that they should have the right to misgender someone.
Right, they don't believe it exists. You view
See,
it
this is
as
painful
they
to
think
me.
they should be allowed to, but conservatives don't think it's a thing. Right?
Right.
So you've got
Sure.
how many with 74 million Trump voters? I'd say the overwhelming majority are like either don't know what it even means, or if you look at the staunch conservatives, would outright
This is painful
say,
to me.
Well,
it's
we have
not
to
possible.
we have to be very specific here about. I'm all.
And for the record, I like Matt a lot too. Matt's been on my podcast. I've been a fan of Matt for a long time, actually. Matt was one of the first like online leftists that I sort of discovered because he did this Tumblr public shaming where he would find these Twitter accounts that would complain about their help and stuff like that, and he would make fun of them. So I like Matt, even though Matt's probably a guy that I don't agree with everything about either. But again, I just this is just painful to me. It's painful to listen to. It's pedantic and insufferable. Tim Pool is way bigger than Hassan or MR. Even Hassan, I mean, I know he's bigger than Majority Report, but even Hassan, though? This is what I mean. And it's great for this. I'm sure it was great for Matt's community and growing his channel and growing his presence and stuff like that. I'm sure it was. The S.R versus Has debate was ultra painful. Yeah, and just you see people agree to do this, and you just know it's going to be a fucking disaster. And why do they agree to it? And I guess it's good for everyone involved. Everyone kind of benefits from it. The people who like Pool, etc., are nuts, so who knows? The fact that there's an audience for the lib apologia of Majority Report is more concerning, but I also haven't seen it in a while. I mean, it's like, I think, ideally, I think people would be getting that kind of analysis from elsewhere, but it's like, I think it's better that someone watches Majority Report than watches MSNBC. That's already better, I think. Again, not that I always agree with the editorial line or every single statement or decision that gets made.
All for someone learning and not understanding and using the wrong language. I mean, I know plenty of people on the left. I do myself sometimes. I use the wrong pronoun or whatever for someone who, does not identify as that gender. And if someone's coming at it in good faith and not meaning to, to harm somebody or be,
Well, that's I don't want to deviate too much.
Well, the
issue.
But you brought up that there's conservatives who don't even know that's a thing.
We know conservatives will call a trans woman he, right?
Yes.
Therefore, Twitter's rules are not fitting what conservatives do and think on a daily basis.
I mean,
this man probably thinks you should be banned for saying the word bald, by the way. And I said I don't have any anti-baldness takes. I've been trying to get my message out to Tim Pool that I think the beanie needs to come off. Just take it off. It's fine if you're bald. It's not a big deal. So conservatives are being censored and silenced because they can't call trans women he. I guess that's all the big crises that are facing the world. Tim is really zeroing in on the real victims. The real victims, according to Tim Pool, are conservatives who are having their freedom to intentionally misgender people, trans people, infringed upon. The real victims, according to Tim Pool. Thank you, Tim. This is so painful to watch and listen to.
It is like it's 1 + 1 = 2. It's like just right there in front of you.
I mean, you could argue that about anything, though.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what? Like you can't say the N-word on Twitter.
And do conservatives want to say the N-word?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Oh, please. They do.
See, bro,
not all conservatives, but the subsection of Twitter that does want to is certainly on the right.
There are people who like using bad words on the right. There are people who like using bad words on the left. If you want to, like, I'm not gonna make a blanket statement that every leftist wants to advocate for Antifa going and killing people, but there's certainly Antifa that go around advocating for killing people.
Yeah, and if they do that on Twitter, they get banned. Advocating for violence.
We don't need to see. I've made no offense to David. I don't need to see his analysis.
What makes you
just looking at the
a liberal?
highlights.
Well, traditional liberals in this country, specifically social liberal, is where I've always been. Voted for Obama in 2008.
A lot of people voted for Obama in 2008 and then moved over to Trump. We've established that. So
I voted for Trump in 2020.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So traditional liberals,
all those liberals who voted for Trump,
9 million in this country.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I wouldn't consider them liberal.
And substantially more. Donald Trump is.
You're talking about Democrats, not liberals.
No, they're liberal. Donald Trump is a New York liberal. Like, Donald Trump unfurled an LGBT flag on the RNC stage and got Republicans to clap for it.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So I'm pro-choice.
Well, we could talk about that.
Yeah, I'm pro-progressive tax. I'm pro-Green New Deal.
That's why I vote for the party that doesn't support any of those things. I'm pro-choice. That's why I vote for the movement and the party that's deliberately taking away reproductive rights from people. I support the Green New Deal. That's why I support the political party that calls that Stalinism. I vote against my own interests. I'm very smart and free thinking. That's what it's called to be a free thinker. I'm pro-Green New Deal, and that's why I'm voting Trump. That's right. That's what a free-thinking individual Tim Pool is. This is a very coherent. This is all. I think the main thing about this is coherent. You get the sense. His values and priorities. The flintlock and samurai sword is about as coherent as this gets, which I mean it has no coherence. This is the most popular show on YouTube. Like, that's the thing that drives me mental about this. And again, I support Matt. I like Matt. I understand why people do this. I find it so painful to look at, though. And I imagine it would be much more painful to be a part of. And certainly I don't think anyone in Tim Pool's audience is like having their minds changed about these things. There's no Tim Pool watcher that's going, you know what, this guy's making a couple of points. Like, if you're a Tim Pool fan already, and none of this has raised any red flags for you, Tim Pool's like, I'm a liberal, that I'm a pro-choice liberal that supports the far right. If you're on board with that already, then Matt's not going to come on and convince you about anything. I would simply have an anxiety attack if I was in Matt's chair. I don't know how I would handle this kind of thing as well. It's like, I don't like arguing with people. I barely even like seeing people that I like in real life. It's really difficult for me to get out and like hang out and interact with people that I like. And you're going to go and sit down and talk with someone that you don't like about his bad ideas in this very bad faith way. Like, man, I really would love for this community to get even bigger. I'm planning on making it bigger. I really do not want to have to. I do not want to have anything to do with this. I'm sure, like back last year when Destiny was yelling at me, or Logic Master Steven, as we call him, because I don't like to refer to another grown adult man as Destiny, because that's just fucking embarrassing. Like, who are we? We're fucking adults here. I'm not going to call someone Destiny. When he was yelling at me about Operation Paperclip, it probably would have been a good thing to jump on his stream and do that debate and yell at each other about that and the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and all this stuff. It probably would have increased the audience of this show, but it's like, I can't do that. I cannot do that. I think that Telecaster is in tune. I'm going to say no.
Are you?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Absolutely.
Really?
I don't think you watched the show.
I have watched the show. I've seen you completely come out and get really mad at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for some of the things in the Green New Deal.
Do you mean like free college for black people? What? Did you read the Green
No,
New
I
Deal?
did, but that's what bothers you?
What bothers me is that when I advocate for environmental policy, having worked for several environmental
And
nonprofits,
I don't think the policy says free college for black people.
No. It's free college. It's free healthcare for marginalized and oppressed communities.
Oh my!
I mean, doesn't she support Medicare for all? And free, like the whole Bernie campaign, it was Medicare for all. It wasn't Medicare for some. I don't think that's anywhere in this Green New Deal. Bullshit. The sudden shift to racism. That's right. I would support the Green New Deal if it didn't involve free college for black people. Like, that's not even a dog whistle. Love you for your honesty. Thank you, Siperuski. I appreciate it. Funny usernames like Destiny. Starlight, you're allowed. Starlight Dazzle is cool. Okay? That's cool. Destiny is lame. Starlight Dazzle is like a fun nickname. Wait, what is the Operation Paperclip was good tick? No, it was when I was arguing with him last year, and he said that he made the statement that the Soviet Union made an alliance with the Nazis during World War II, referring to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And I just thought that was so dumb that I said that the United States made an alliance with Nazi Germany after World War II as a response to his comment. And then, of course, because there are these pedantic debate bros, millions of little weirdos seized on that allied with Nazis after World War II. And rather than like inferring what was meant from that statement, they all seized on this thing like I was making some mistake, like I didn't understand the concept of Nazi Germany not existing anymore after World War II. And now 1 year later, I still have people every couple months coming after me saying like, buh, you think Nazi Germany still existed after World War II? Buh. And that's all because of that. You destroyed him easily. Well, I know I did. That's true. And frankly, yes, Nazi Germany, while it ceased to exist after World War II, as we've talked about endlessly on this show, the Nazi project continued full steam ahead after the brief moment where it seemed like fascism had been defeated. Immediately after the war ended, the West reincorporated all these Nazis back into their plan, and they engaged in this project of brutal, violent neocolonialism and imperialism and mass murder throughout the global South for the next several decades. So yes, I was correct when I said that, and I still have people bringing that up. And it probably would have been good for the audience of the show to go jump on Steven's stream to talk about that, but it's like I can't bring myself to do it. I honestly don't know how you put up with it. I don't know. It's just you take, I guess, human person. I guess you just take like, the positive things, like the fact that I get to do this show and hang out with cool people and talk about this stuff all day for like a job, that's really cool for me. So one of the side products of that is I have weird dumbasses sometimes yelling at me. And it's like, it's just I view it as just being part of the career. And let's hear more from Matt and Tim. And yeah, the pivot to overt racism was really interesting. And that's the classic thing with all these guys. Oh yeah, I'm a liberal. I'm a left-leaning liberal. Until it just got too, so they started extending benefits to, black people and marginalized people. That really upsets me, and that's why I can no longer support these things.
They view that word privilege as something that's being looked at them negatively, and it's just not. It's just not. I view white privilege as there are things in my life that, like, here's an even better way of putting it. If you are a white person and everything has gone wrong for you in terms of, you're homeless, and you can't get a job, and you could be the most unluckiest person on the face of the planet. It likely did not happen to you because you were white. That's all it is. Whereas if you see a black homeless person who can't get a job, things have happened in their life they've lost their home, there's a good chance that their race, being black, had part to do in their situation. That's all that is. It's not a positive or negative. And if you understand that, there are
I'm playing a Billy Bob Thornton technique.
That have not
that's
happened
a good one.
You're
Yeah.
white, then you understand what
just have no
black
idea what
people
they're talking
or,
about. Just completely
Latino people
fuck it
or
up.
Asian Americans go through that you just haven't had to go through. It's not a negative or positive. It's just understanding how other people go through life. That's all it is. It's not a negative thing to understand you have white privilege. It's
we're gonna jump to the super chats that weren't deleted. I apologize to everybody.
I don't know. I don't know if we need to see more highlights. It's fine, you know. Again, respect for Matt. I can't envision myself ever doing something like this. It seems painful. And it just, the whole Tim Pool thing, I just don't understand the appeal. I don't understand how he's so popular. He's an unpleasant individual with bad ideas. He's not intelligent. No understanding of history. No understanding of politics. Similar to Peterson and Pierre Poilievre, none of these guys understand what it is to be left-wing. They don't understand what socialism is. They have a childlike understanding of everything. And this is the most popular content creators. More like Tim Fool. There we go. I think I get the gist as well. Pim Tool. I think Tim might have blocked me for saying Pim Tool. I'm not sure. Where is he? Timcast. Look at this. This guy believes in free speech, right? This guy's all about free speech, free expression. The snowflakes with their safe spaces, etc. That's how much he cares about the free exchange of ideas. It wouldn't even have been an option for me to do the debate, even though I don't want to. Wonder what was it that got me blocked by Tim Pool? Oh, is this? Is from my friend Karen Geyer arguing with him in 2018. And I called him a social lolburl and posted this image of him with all these like far-right racists hanging out with them. This is the only tweet I've ever done to Timcast in my life in 2018. When he does this shtick about like, how I'm a liberal, it's just like, well, why are you sitting at a table with all these like far-right racists and stuff? Like you have Baked Alaska here. He was at Charlottesville. He was at January 6th. They're all doing the Trump wink wink nudge nudge white supremacist symbol, you know. And there's Tim, Mr. Liberal, Mr. Pro-choice, pro-Green New Deal guy, hanging out with all these fucks. A liberal sitting with 9 Nazis. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. There is a saying about that. When you got 9 Nazis and 1 liberal sitting around a table, that's right. I've heard that expression before. How is Bake doing? He's going to trial right now for storming the Capitol on January 6th. It's like someone took their first semester of college, had history and economics, and then froze their knowledge because they thought they'd achieved the last step in that galaxy brain meme. It is a lot like that, yeah. All of these guys are incredibly strong. I think I know more than my professor and will loudly argue with them every lecture at the expense of everyone else's education. Vibes. Actually, there's no Nazis sitting at the table because Nazis ceased to exist after the end of World War II. But that's why Tim Pool blocked me 5 whole years ago now. About 4 or 5 years ago. Personally, I don't enjoy hanging out with, like, fascists. I don't know if that's just a weird thing for me. If I was going to sit around and call myself, like, a liberal who cares about the Green New Deal and supports abortion rights and stuff, I wouldn't hang around with a bunch of literal, like, neo-Nazis. To me, that's just like not my idea of a good time. And this motherfucker is the most popular person on YouTube. That's the thing that makes me crazy. And is it jealousy? Yeah, a little bit. It is a little bit. Yes. But it's also just like a genuine sort of like despair at the kind of stuff that rises to the top in this online world. I mean, it coincides with what we were talking about in the Discord today about who rises to the top when it comes to actual leftists too. And now you have all kinds of like Marxists. You have like this whole like academic Marxist class who are getting invited on the chat shows in the UK as an example. You know, connected to the Novara world, who all seem to have these also compatible views when it comes to certain other countries. Rob says 2018 was 5 years ago. Can't take him seriously on anything. I'm rounding up, okay? It's like four and a half. For social lolburl. I said social lolburl to Tim Pool in 2018. Instant block. What time is it? I got Jeremy Appel. I got Jeremy Appel coming on in 20 minutes. Anyway, I don't know. I don't think I'll be doing any of these debates. What I like doing is having fun, like interesting conversations with people that I like. We should do more of that, I think. I like talking to people that I am interested in, that have interesting ideas that I can learn from, rather than just yelling about this inane bullshit. "2018 feels like 10 years ago, and it feels like 10 months ago." It's just, yeah. Since 2016, it's really when we entered the fucking negative zone, and where time has no meaning. Baked Alaska, more like room temperature IQ Alaska. Not an intelligent guy. I was on mute. Did you get to the point in the debate where Tim Pool said that Twitter was biased against conservatives? Yeah. I was saying how because conservatives can't, deliberately misgender trans people, they're like the victims of that's an example of how liberal and censorious of conservative viewpoints Twitter is, because it doesn't allow conservatives to intentionally misgender trans people. We did cross the Rubicon in 2016. It is true. It is true. None of the debate crowd appreciates the smooth stylings of Steely Dan, so just saying. And Gen X Bushy, if I ever get pulled into one of these things, that's just what I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to, like someone was saying, I'm going to do the, or was it you that was saying that, Gen X Bushy? Let me check. Yes, the Billy Bob Thornton technique. That's what you were saying. I'll do the Billy Bob Thornton technique, and all these questions, I'll just pivot to talking about jazz pop. Smooth jazz bands of the 70s and 80s. And why I prefer Gaucho. Why Gaucho is the perfect album, because it's the perfect mix between the analog world and the digital world. It was when these two worlds were coming together. This magical era. Anything beyond that kind of became too digital, and you lost some of the soul of it. But it had the digital elements and the analog. I'll just talk about that. The best one is Royal Scam. That's interesting. So, I mean, songwriting wise, maybe. When I talk about Gaucho, it's not the songs are part of it, but it's also just there's a magic about it. There's a magic to it. This is what I would do in a debate. ELO references, typically an instant debate win. I feel like I should listen to more ELO. That's a great question, Tim. I think when you conceptualize Third World Man, the storytelling, and the underlying rhythm of the track, you have to come to the conclusion. I mean, it would be funny if I did the whole thing and flew out there. If I flew out and stayed at a hotel and was in the studio and just did that the whole time, that would actually be kind of funny. I'm not going to do it because, well, first of all, because Tim won't talk to me because I posted this picture of him with a bunch of fascists in 2018, number one. And number two, because I don't want to. How quick would they end the interview? 15 minutes. Well, then they've got to do they've got to make content though. Those are supposed to go 2 hours. What if it backfires? He loves them, and you end up spending 2 hours bonding over Steely Dan. Well, I mean, that's a win. Then you get ingratiated into the community, and then you slowly introduce them into the immortal science of Marxism-Leninism. So that would actually be not bad. Yo, what up? The J-Man. The J-Man. Really chill guy. Welcome. Welcome. What's going on, guys? We should have that new episode of The Insurgents ready tonight. Really chill guy and I spoke to David Sirota last night. The episode of The Insurgents. I should be finished editing later on. It is a good one. It's a good one. I was just watching some highlights of this Matt Binder Tim Pool thing and talking about, even though I respect Matt and I appreciate that it's a good move probably to go on these shows. Tim Pool is so popular and everything else, as embarrassing and painful as it is, the most popular show on YouTube. Well, I understand why people do it, but it's just watching these clips from this debate is just so painful. We're watching Rob seethe over not being as popular as Pim Tool. I mean, it is frustrating. I got to admit. It is frustrating. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not partially motivated by my own egomania here. Okay? I'm not going to pretend. I can try and tiptoe around that, but let's just admit that that's part of it. Okay? I have no problem admitting that. And I'm sorry, but I'm significantly more handsome than Tin Pool. Okay? Not that that's everything. Not that that's everything, you know? You look at this guy, you look at the way he's put together, the look, the background, the fucking musket or whatever that is, with the samurai sword on the wall, and you're like, this is the most popular. This is the most popular show, the most popular content creator. You wear a better hat at the very least, thank you. Rob's been beating this drum for 2 years. Okay, this one didn't show up in my search that I just did. Maybe he blocked me for this. Apparently I have been talking about this for a while. I've been on this beat for a while now. Okay, I'm a serious journalist. I've been on this beat for a while. Okay? I can't remember what this was about. This was about... It was when Tim Pool was on some rampage and I can't remember exactly what it was about. We're just talking about being handsome or good looking, and he went viral on some silly clip about that. I don't think this was just out of the blue, like with no context. I don't think so. Oh man. Okay, I've got Jeremy Appel coming on in 10 minutes, folks. So let me just get a new title going. We're going to talk about Jason Kenney, Alberta, the NDP, Canadian politics. Should be good stuff. I can just picture Pool having a giant vault full of beanies. Yeah, it's like one of those, like, the Batcave things. You open up the big thing, it's like... big rotating glass cases with all the identical beanies in it. In the basement of the Pool compound. After the revolution, we'll need an entertainment to keep a portion of the reactionaries complacent. I suggest making Tim Pool the star of a program called Ouch, My Balls. But the basic point is, how can you look at Tim Pool's content and the popularity of it, and then to think like having a cultural revolution would be bad? That's how I don't know how you could hold these two things in your mind. Look at Tim Pool's content and tell me that we don't need to have a cultural revolution in the West. Okay? It's sick. It's sick and depraved, our culture. We need a clean slate. We need a clean slate. Okay? Start the MCU back to step one, but make it communist. Is the only thing that separates Rob from hundreds of thousands of subs is a beanie. I mean, I have worn a toque on many occasions. Right? We've gone over this. He does have you beat on the compound, for now. Clean slate. Redo the Hobbit movies. Give PJ complete creative control. No studio input. I'll actually do you one better on that one, G Club. Let me know what you think about this. I would say, because originally Guillermo del Toro was supposed to direct The Hobbit before Peter Jackson took over. Give Guillermo del Toro back The Hobbit. One movie. 2.5 hours. One film. The Hobbit. Directed by Guillermo del Toro. No trilogy. You don't try to make it like The Lord of the Rings. That can be whimsical, cool practical effects. Who says no? The Hobbit did not need to be 3 movies that are 5 hours long each. That was the amazing thing about it. That was the amazing thing about the Hobbit trilogy, is that not only was it a trilogy, but even the movies in the trilogy were still too long. It also, like, the whole, like, retcon of the story, where you have Gandalf getting into this big adventure, too, and, like, learning about the possible return of Sauron and the return of evil, and still not putting two and two together, that his friend with the ring that he has, he just lets Bilbo hold the ring for, like, years, decades in the Shire. And he can't put two and two together. And maybe this ring, which is like apparently a famous ring that's connected to this whole like mythology in our universe, which I have access to because I'm a fucking wizard. Perhaps this ring has something to do with it. That is one thing in the story as well, too, isn't it? It's like he's got to go to this old archive. Remember, he's so confused. He smokes too much Shire weed. His love of the halfling's leaf has slowed his mind. It's really true. Like he literally has to go. This is so far in the past. You know, the whole thing with Isildur and Sauron and the ring. You know, he cuts the ring. Isildur's bane. He doesn't throw it into the fire. Elrond is physically there watching it happen. Like there's one guy in the story who's still alive from that time. Right? All that stuff. So there's this weird trick that happens in the movie where that's been forgotten to history. And he's got to go into these like archives and read the story of Sauron and be like, oh, does Bilbo have the ring? Is that, oh my God. But like, then later on they go meet Elrond. It's like, this isn't some ancient history thing. Like then everyone has knowledge of this. Gandalf was around then too. And everyone from that point on has knowledge. Of course, it's the ring and Isildur and all that stuff. Everyone knows about this. But it's like, I thought it was this ancient history thing that's so far in the past that he couldn't put together that possibly the ring that they had just found was connected to that in some way. Kind of a plot hole. Gandalf is so wise. I mean, I love Gandalf the Grey. Big fan of Gandalf the Grey as a character, but he fucking blew it. You try to remember stuff that happened 3,000 years ago. Well, that's the thing is he's literally alive then, though. Later on, they go out and hang out with Elrond, the elf, who is physically there with Isildur in the fucking mountain. So it's not like this ancient thing. There's literally people still around. The One Ring would have the power to obscure itself. That's kind of interesting. I like that. There's also the idea that there's just like a lot of magic rings around there. Like I didn't think it was that one. He takes a huge bong rip and he's like, Bilbo have ring? Fucking Gandalf. I mean, I shouldn't be lecturing anyone about getting high and forgetting stuff. I mean, that's something we've all been there. I shouldn't be lecturing Gandalf about it, but I feel like he should be better. You know, he's like a 1,000-year-old wizard. I'd like to congratulate Sauron on his decades of public service. Although we may have just disagreed politically, he gave a voice to people in Middle-earth. Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you, Eric. That's the attitude. That's the attitude that we've seen. Both in Middle-earth. It should have been the attitude in Middle-earth. It would have been more respectful. And that's what we've seen in Alberta as well. I'm literally thinking of a title for this segment, and I can't think of anything. Okay, this'll do. This'll do. Don't worry about what's on the screen right now. Do not worry about what's on the screen. So, of course, we've got Eric from Big Shiny Takes in the chat right now, and joining us in just a few moments is our friend Jeremy Appel of the Orchard on Substack, as well as Big Shiny Takes. Eric, when is Jeremy still with Big Shiny Takes? Right? I think I remember him saying that he was not doing it anymore, but I thought that was an April Fool's thing. I wasn't sure if that was real or if that was an April Fool's thing that was going on with that. I think he's still with Big Shiny Takes. Anyway, here's Jeremy's Substack. That was a bit. Okay, thank you. Here's Jeremy's Substack as well, which literally confuses me. It makes me want to call him Jeremy Appel, because he literally called the Substack the Appel Orchard, but it makes me want to say Apple. It makes me want to say Jeremy Appel. So it's his own. If I ever mispronounce his name, it's his own fault. Okay. Fuck, I was gonna look at the really quickly before Jeremy comes on. I'll just look at the Jason Kenney clip so we can get some context here. So again, Jason Kenney, he's the premier of Alberta, leader of the Conservative Party in Alberta, was facing a leadership contest last night. He won the contest with 50%. And then immediately stepped down. Okay? So he's stepping down as the leader of Alberta. I don't know, watch 8 minutes of this.
So coffee meeting. The result is not what I hoped for, or frankly what I expected. But I've been clear from day one that I will respect the decision of the members in this leadership review. And I expect all members of our party to do just that. Friends, while 51% of the vote passes the constitutional threshold of a majority, it clearly is not adequate support to continue on as leader. And that is why tonight I have informed the president of the party of my intention to step down as leader of the United Conservative Party.
It's true.
I'm sorry, but friends, I truly believe that we need to move forward united. We need to put the past behind us. And our members, a large number of our members, have asked for an opportunity to clear the air through a leadership election. And I've recommended, therefore, that the provincial board schedule a leadership election in a timely fashion. I want to thank all members who participated in this process and the hundreds of volunteers who have pitched in. I also want to thank so many of you here and right across the province for your support and the tireless efforts of those who have had confidence in my continued leadership. Friends, it's clear that the past 2 years were deeply divisive for our province, our party, and our caucus. But it is my fervent hope that in the months to come, we all move on past the division of COVID. And disappointing as this result is for me, I am incredibly proud of the work that this team has done. Together, we reunited the free enterprise movement in Alberta politics, and we won the largest electoral mandate in our province's history. We inherited
Great job, NDP.
Fiscal and economic challenges, and then we went through 3 once-in-a-century crises, the largest public health crisis in a century, the largest collapse of the world economy in nearly a century, and the first time ever we experienced negative oil prices. And yet, despite all of that, we got the job done, delivering on nearly 90%
No, you didn't.
of our election commitments.
No, you didn't, sir.
While turning around our economy.
It's not true.
The economy, so we're leading Canada in economic and job growth, balancing the budget for the first time in 14 years. and paving the path towards a new era of diversification, putting parents back in charge of education, passing the Choice in Education Act, and so much more. By the way, did you hear last week, we won an historic victory against Justin Trudeau's No More Pipelines law.
Okay, hang on. Let me just grab my Zoom link here. Gotta do some kind of update. Economic diversification. He goes oil and gas. He actually delivered on his election commitments. It's just that the commitments were made to oil and gas oligarchs. Yeah, that's one thing they did do, is roll back whatever, positive things the NDP was able to do when they were briefly in power in Alberta. He did manage to do a lot of that. Fortunately for them, they didn't do anything. Fortunately for Jason Kenney, they didn't do anything too crazy that couldn't be easily rolled back. That's why they're political geniuses. Okay, where am I going here? Okay. So Jeremy's coming on now. That was Jason Kenney. Jason Kenney stepping down. Here comes Jeremy Appel of Big Shiny Takes and the Appel Orchard. Chin Chin, by the way. I didn't even open my Rain Energy, Total Body Fuel, Orange Dreamsicle, who are the sponsors of this segment. Chin Chin. Jeremy will be with us in just a moment. Oh, Squatcher, you saw the merch link? Amazing. Yeah, that was the big announcement. That was the big announcement. And for everyone that's just joining us, you can buy TRRS merch in the official TRRS merch store. I bought a couple of items today. Really cool designs in the merch store. More coming. Going to be really cool. There is a sale also on at TeePublic right now, so this shit is on sale. It'd be stupid not to do it. I'm really, really excited for my merch to get here. Can't wait to explain to coworkers what TRRS is. This is what I'm talking about, yeah. It's going to go exist in the real world now. They're going to have to explain to everyone what this community is and how it's not a cult. We went over all this earlier. What level of the friendship triangle does buying merch move you to? I would say if you're in the basic level, the base level, it at least moves you up into the chaos zone depending on how many items you get. We can talk about elite level, on a case-by-case basis. It's not a cult, though. I would willingly give my body to Rob. I mean, it's not that I would ever take advantage of that. It's just you have to be willing. That's all. That's all. What's the difference between a classic tea and a special tea for high rollers or the premium? I'm not sure. I've only ever got the original ones, and I find the original ones look totally, totally fine. Just waiting for Jeremy to show up. I got a I'm ready message at 2:01 p.m. I sent the link at 2:04 and we're still have yet to see him. Any moment now. Jeremy's going to be coming through. Any moment now. It is funny to think about what happened with this. While we're waiting for our friend Jeremy. This photo shoot for McLean's, which is still just so embarrassing. The resistance. Imagine being a part of a political movement that's led by these just bags of ham. Not intimidating. These folks are not intimidating whatsoever. Where's our boy Pierre? Well, this is before. This is pre-Pierre. He's now in the new. He's the new blood. Steely Ham. Yeah, he's the new blood. Okay? This is the old. This is old and busted. He's the new hotness. The newest bag of ham. The exciting new guy in town, exactly. With his charisma, he's really going to blow these guys out of the water. A new breed of career politician. That's right. Exactly. Oh, here we go. Here's Jeremy. Here he is. Hello, Jeremy.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's going on? Boy, that's really loud.
Oh, is it? Should I?
No, that's. I think it was more my volume that was the issue. You seem okay. How's it going? How's it going?
Good. Not too bad. It's a very rainy, windy day here in Calgary.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the weather like in Montreal?
It was kind of like a little chilly and windy earlier. I think if it's not raining now, I'm kind of trying to look out my basement window here. I think it may have started to rain. We're supposed to get rain today as well. It was like brutally hot this weekend. It was like summer, and now we're back to this. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, same here. It was quite nice out. Right. That's why I'm here, right? To talk about the weather.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you have a little chit chat when you show up, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Break the ice a little bit, so they say. Jeremy, thanks for joining the program. I really appreciate it. Always a pleasure to talk to you. So there's a couple things that I want to get to. Obviously, the big story right now coming out of Alberta is the man himself, Jason Kenney, stepping down. But I thought we could talk a little bit about Kenney, a little bit about the Alberta, the conservative movement, and maybe get into a broader conversation about what's going on over in general in Canada and the conservative movement and what the left is doing. Thanks for joining us.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, me too. Do you want to just set the stage for us? I mean, we've got, obviously, if you're in Canada and you follow Canadian politics, you're familiar with Jason Kenney. You just want to set the table for some of our international or, American or European viewers who are maybe not as familiar with Jason. So just let us know, who is Jason Kenney? What's he all about, and what happened last night with Jason Kenney and the Conservative Party in Alberta?
Right. So Jason Kenney is sort of a lifelong, or at least his entire adult life, conservative politician. He got a start at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, which is an organization that is quoted in the media all the time as this, government spending watchdog. And like there are like 5 people working for it, like at a time. Actually, a Calgary City Councillor, John Carlo Carra, recently called it 3 incels funded by God knows who, and I thought that was awesome. A nice touch. But yeah, so he's at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Prior to that, he was actually a student at a Jesuit college in San Francisco. But he was kicked out for being too extreme, because there was a ruling that pro-choice organizations were allowed to table on campus, and he just thought that was outrageous and it went against Catholic teachings. And anyways, he got kicked out. He was also he was interviewed on CNN around the time. I'm sure you've, Rob, have seen that image going around of the chyron saying Jason Kenney, anti-abortion activist.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean,
Let me
he
see
also
if I can
lobbied.
find that actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good chyron. He also lobbied against allowing same-sex partners to visit their loved ones who were dying of AIDS in the hospital, which he was quite proud of until he was running for premier of Alberta. But anyways, comes back, runs Canadian Taxpayers Federation. He's from Oakville, Ontario. Like all these Alberta conservatives are from Ontario. But he moves to Calgary, which is sort of, for those who aren't Canadian, it's sort of like really the epicenter of, right-wing neoliberal thought in Canada. Like the University of Calgary, like, I mean, you could compare it to the University of Chicago, I think. In fact, one of its sort of foundational thinkers, a guy named Tom Flanagan, who has some very colorful views on child porn, is
they all seem to have these kind of views, don't they? Weird how it works.
Yeah, he's actually from Illinois, and so he sort of helped set up this Calgary School of Public Policy as sort of a model of the Chicago school. But anyways, so Kenney gets elected as a Reform Party MP. This was in the 90s when there was a split in the federal conservative movement between the old guard PC party and the new guard, or at the time new guard of the Reform, which was based in Western Canada and was much more right-wing. They supported apartheid in South Africa. They're more religious in orientation and all that stuff. Eventually the Reforms merge with the PCs, and a guy named Stephen Harper becomes prime minister, and Kenney becomes like one of his key cabinet ministers, particularly, and I think this is important, in terms of outreach to immigrant communities and sort of finding the most socially conservative elements within these communities and sort of bringing them into the conservative fold, because historically, immigrants have overwhelmingly voted liberal. And so he worked on getting immigrant communities, particularly in the suburbs of Toronto and Vancouver, into the conservative fold. He served a bunch of roles in the Kenney government, in the Harper government, but he jumped off the sinking ship in 2015, announced he wasn't running for re-election, and then set his sights on Alberta, where like in Canada federally in the 90s, there's a split between two conservative parties, the old guard PCs, which had governed Alberta uninterrupted for 44 years, I think, until they were defeated by the NDP, which is supposed to be a social democratic party, but it's in effect a liberal, a neoliberal. They're the Democrats. Canada's essentially two democratic parties, the Liberals and the NDP.
Yeah.
And in Western
if you
Canada,
can't get enough
the
of just
NDP
one,
are
wait till you have
the
two.
Liberals.
It's even better. Even better than just having one.
Yeah. Twice as irritating.
Yeah, exactly.
But so the NDP won because the PCs were running out of steam at the end of this dynasty. There were a ton of corruption scandals. There had been like 5 premiers in like 3 years or something. And there's this upstart, the Wild Rose Party, which was like a right-wing populist, like the Reform Party, but for Alberta specifically. They were all the polls showed they were going to beat the PCs in 2012. But then every week there was like a different candidate who had like horrible, like homophobic comments that were unearthed. The real infamous one was a guy who said that LGBTQ people are going to burn in a lake of fire. And so they weren't seen as like a palatable alternative to the PCs. But because of the vote split between the Wild Rose and PCs, the NDP were able to win, much like the Liberals had done federally in the 1990s. So Kenney came back to Alberta. He first ran for the leadership of the PC party. And he ran against a woman. I think he ran against a few people, but he ran against a woman named Sandra Jensen, who actually quit the leadership race and switched to the NDP because of the abuse she was receiving from like Kenney supporters. And wins the PC leadership and then sets about creating a united conservative party. The Wild Rose and the PCs both vote overwhelmingly to merge. And he runs for the leadership of the UCP against a guy named Brian Jean, who is going to become important in a second. And Doug Schweitzer, who's actually my MLA here in Calgary Elbow, who's like seen as a more moderate, old style PC guy. And basically that leadership race is still under RCMP investigation because Kenney did a whole ton of cheating to win. He probably would have won anyways. But he unites this conservative, and then his becoming premier is like a foregone conclusion because when the NDP came to power, oil prices were crashing. And I would say the NDP, particularly in Alberta, suffered from a lack of a coherent vision. Right, it was almost like let's just keep things as they are. Let's not rock the boat. And Kenney sort of attacked them as a right-wing populist. His whole thing was jobs, economy, pipelines. Right, that was his like very simple slogan that he just hammered home. Right, like Boris Johnson, like get Brexit done. That was like Jason Kenney's jobs.
We love oil and gas.
Yeah, and the Alberta NDP are just as bad on that issue, much to my my irritation.
But that's
Kenney,
that's from talking about any kind of like left-leaning person from Alberta. That was always like the huge frustration about the period where the NDP was finally in charge of the province for a little while under Rachel Notley, which was a big inspiring win at the time when they were able to win this election, right, and finally overturn this decades-long grip on power. And I think that's been from talking to people that were kind of involved in that win, and then from the activist level, what kind of transpired after, the sense of frustration they have about how they were like screaming screaming at the NDP to like, meaningfully enact some kind of a program of like getting people off the oil and gas industry, like having some kind of a transition for the workers in the industry, instituting, real like forceful social policies that can't just be kind of overturned, like universal programs, and this kind of approach that the NDP had at the time, lecturing these kind of activists, being like, we know how to get things done, we know how to win elections, and kind of trying to play both sides and being the nice oil pipeline party and the nice oil and gas party, and then just open themselves up to attacks from the right, from people like Jason Kenney, while just demoralizing their entire base, who were so like disappointed with the lack of action on any of these big important things, and allowed people like Jason Kenney to immediately waltz right back into power and restore all the kind of hegemonic conservative policies that were in place in the beginning, right?
Right, exactly. And Kenney attacked the Alberta NDP for being anti-oil sands. Shannon Phillips, who was the environment minister and a staunch pipeline defender, was actually stalked by, she represents a riding in Lethbridge, sort of small city in southern Alberta that has a university, but it's also like very conservative and religious. It's an interesting place. Marilyn Manson actually got punched in the face at Denny's there.
Okay.
After a show, but yeah. Which I digress. I just had to add that.
That is interesting.
And she was stalked by Lethbridge police officers because of some environmental protection plans she had for the region that interfered with their like ATVing. She was also endorsed by Avi Lewis in like 2012 when she first ran. Used to be friends with him. They had a falling out over pipelines, but the conservatives attacked her for that. So they're constantly attacking the NDP as being insufficiently pro oil and gas. And so the NDP's response, instead of offering a coherent vision of a just transition, is to say, no, we're not. What do you mean?
We love oil and gas too.
Just as much as you. And I mean, Notley came out because Notley
always
stayed
works.
on after she lost to Kenney as leader of opposition. She came out recently and attacked Trudeau's climate plans for being a fantasy, in her words, which was pretty much exactly what the Conservatives said. They were just meaner, right? And I mean, Trudeau's climate plans, I'm sure viewers of your show are aware, are like completely inadequate. So I mean, you can imagine how inadequate the Alberta NDP's climate plans are. But what really, so Kenney comes to power in 2019, and first thing he does is massive corporate tax cut worth billions, right? And then uses that as a pretext to go to war with the public sector, teachers, nurses, the usual targets of like the neoliberal agenda. And that, caused some consternation. I think some people who voted for him, who may, working people who may not have realized what they were getting into, started to have second thoughts. But it was really with the pandemic where he became incredibly unpopular because he would... this sort of like he would almost play like a game of cat and mouse with like COVID restrictions, where he would just leave everything as is, right? I mean, we had the least restrictions of any province in Canada. I mean, you could go to a mall at the height of the second wave, but you couldn't have private meetings, like private gatherings, I should say, right? Like you couldn't meet with friends, but you could if you went to the mall or church, with capacity restrictions that obviously no one was enforcing. And then once hospitals started to get overwhelmed, this happened repeatedly, he would introduce restrictions. I know mask mandate took him forever to impose. First, it was Calgary and Edmonton that took the lead, and we're like, okay, well, if the province isn't going to do anything, we are. And so because he was dragged kicking and screaming into introducing COVID restrictions, this really upset like the hard right wing of his party, particularly in rural Alberta. He kicked out a couple of MLAs, who my former MLA when I lived in Medicine Hat, Drew Barnes, and another guy named Todd Lowen got booted from the party for constantly criticizing Kenny for doing too much to combat COVID, which I know sounds insane to anyone outside of Alberta, but that's the mentality in rural Alberta. And so on the one hand, you have people in cities who are saying Kenny's not doing shit for COVID. He's just letting people die. I mean, in the summer of 2021, he announced in May, I believe, that starting Canada Day, we're removing all restrictions. We're not going back. It's going to be the best summer ever. It's going to be a party. Stephen Harper, they started selling best summer ever trucker caps on the UCP website.
Well, they said they're going to do the whole Calgary Stampede and everything, right? Was that part of that?
Yeah. And they did. I mean, Stampede was a bit scaled down. I believe there was some consternation among like the Stampede board of like going full hog last year. So it was a toned down affair. But anyways, it led to the deadliest wave in Alberta. Hospitals were just like overflowing. We need to get the military to come in and like set up field hospitals. And Kenny just fucked off for a few weeks or 2 weeks, or maybe. Anyways, he fucked off for a while. No one knew where he was, and it was the worst COVID had been in the province in terms of hospital admissions and ICU admissions and deaths. And he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, he's facing revolt from the right wing of his party, who are saying that he's done too much, in that he's a cuck, essentially. Right. And
he's basically a liberal.
People, yeah, exactly. Me and you go the last summer, me and my friend were at the park, a park in downtown Calgary, right? But by where the right by the Bow River, for people who've been to Calgary, Prince's Island Park. And this was where the anti-maskers were gathering. And I mean, they were chanting like, Kenny's a criminal, like lock him up. And there was like a sign saying like lock Kenny up, like he's a criminal, and
he's part of the Trudeau, the Illuminati, Trudeau communist.
He's a globalist.
Yeah.
He works for like the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum. It was a really great moment. Jason Kenney read out. He had some press conference and he read out the mean comments he gets on Facebook. And I actually posted a clip of that on my Twitter. But it was just really funny just hearing him read out like, you are working for the World Economic Forum to traffic children. You Jew bastard. You're going to face the Nuremberg trials. Which is really
well. I'd say it's alarming seeing these like trends rise of these extreme reactionaries, especially during this pandemic, and seeing these people fixate on these kind of things and these conspiracy theories about this. But there has been a certain satisfaction in seeing people like Jason Kenney or Brian Pallister or Doug Ford, who have cultivated all these groups quite deliberately, have the chickens come home to roost and have these crazies that they've pulled into their coalition very intentionally turn on them for like following some basic health measures and not even really doing that, but like doing anything at all to like try to prevent this pandemic from getting worse. So it's been kind of, even though it's alarming seeing these people start to emerge, these movements, it's like, well, it's still kind of enjoyable to see them get turned on someone like Jason Kenney. Like, I'm happy you brought up his whole origins, like as an anti-abortion activist, considering what's happening in America right now. In terms of the abortion rights that are under assault, in this kind of smug attitude that some Canadians have about this. It's settled law here, and of course, abortion rights would never be under assault. It does help to remind ourselves that a lot of these the big players in the political class right now, in the conservative movement, are in fact like they do have these regressive anti-abortion views, and in many cases they start their career, or like you said, attacking LGBTQ people. People like Jason Kenney have allowed themselves to kind of become more mainstream politicians, and they've kind of like tried to move away from some of the overt language about that, but yet they still come from this very extreme background in the conservative movement, which is I think it helps to understand that as well, to just get the idea that these attitudes haven't gone anywhere, and that there are still people in our political class that do hold these views. But I think it's also important to understand in that context, when we realize that even though these guys come from extreme reactionary backgrounds, there is now this new conservative movement, this kind of populist movement that's rising, that views these guys as being like globalist, Trudeau-white socialists. So it's alarming on one hand, but it's also just kind of satisfying to see them getting eaten alive by the very people that they've kind of helped cultivate like this.
Right, exactly. And as much as I love watching Kenny eat shit and be rejected by the very people he tried so hard to cultivate over the past 3 years as premier, but also 5 years since he came back to Alberta in his fucking phony blue pickup truck,
which he doesn't even know how to fill with gas as soon as he actually tries to do it.
Which he doesn't even know how to fill with gas. And it was really funny. On election night in 2019, he fucking drove his truck into like the convention center like it was like a WWE like event or something, and then he gave this speech, and I'd never heard such an angry, bitter, resentful victory speech in my life. It was just like, we're taking Alberta back from the enemies of the oil and gas industry. He launched this inquiry into foreign funding of environmental organizations based on the conspiracy theories of this blogger in Vancouver, Vivian Krause. And it took this inquiry like forever. It was this prominent like Calgary accountant named Steve Allen got like a few $1 million to investigate this, and he found nothing. He was just like, yeah, I mean, no one's breaking the law, like people care about the environment, and it's a transnational issue. But even then, like the amount of foreign funding that these Canadian environmental groups receive is statistically insignificant.
Well, that's the thing. And he started that whole war room, right? He's like, after they took over, they started the war room to like go after, like intentionally target any activists that are questioning their unflinching support for these oil and gas projects, right? And they devoted state funds, or like devoted official public funds to tracking these people and harassing them, essentially.
Right, and the war room has been a complete disaster. I mean, just a laughing stock.
Yeah.
When I was at the Medicine Hat News, I wrote an op-ed just pillaring it, and they wrote to they CC'd me and my boss saying that they're demanding to run a rebuttal to my piece, and we'll have it to you later this day. If you could run it tomorrow.
You got to hear both sides.
That would be right. Yeah. And anyways, I guess I don't work for the Medicine Hat News, so they fucking caved and ran it. But not before I screenshotted and tweeted out that email that I received, and that was just one of many embarrassments that the war room had. They also got really mad at Netflix because of the new Bigfoot movie where he like where I watched it. It was it was a fun watch. But basically Bigfoot like uncovers this like shady oil and gas company that's like killing people and like destroying their land in Alaska. It's not even in Alberta, but
just the idea that anyone would be mean to oil and gas companies is just a bridge too far.
Right, and
the
and
free
Kenny would
speech
ask that-
absolutists, of course, of the Alberta conservative movement.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also this long rambling thread. The guy who runs it, Tom Olson, used to be a reporter at the Calgary Herald, I think, and then he worked in comms for previous PC governments, and now he's in charge of the War Room. And he just, I presume is him, wrote this rambling thread about the New York Times. Do you remember that? When they wrote a piece about the Tarsans, and he like
yeah
he called like New York Times anti-Semitic. And anyways, he had to apologize for that thread. And so just I mean Kenny's premiership has just been disaster after disaster. And it's kind of interesting that he's been able to hold on this long. Like, he almost served a full term. And I mean, I didn't expect him to resign. I mean, he had said that if he got more than 50% in this leadership review, he's like, that's a win, I'm going to stay on. Never mind that Alison Redford, who's premier back in 2013, sort of the old style, more moderate conservative type. In fact, a lot of unions backed her because she was running against the Wild Rose, which was, even further to the right. She got a 77% approval in her leadership review, and she resigned. But Kenny was like, if I get over 50%, I'm staying on. And then he got like 51% yesterday, and it turns out Jason Kenney wasn't true to his word, and he resigned.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it. It is very interesting how there's been this kind of blowback for people like Kennedy, like Jason Kennedy, and like Brian Pauster. It's weird how in Ontario it hasn't really been the same situation for Doug Ford, who seems like he's cruising to another big victory. But it's overall this trend, I think, of these conservative figures who I would classify as extremists. Like, I think Jason Kennedy, like you're describing, is kind of this extremist extremist conservative, and seeing them.
You say Republican. I mean, he would fit right in.
Yeah, exactly.
With the
Freudian slip.
I mean, he's hung out with Ted Cruz. I know he made a big show of Joe Manchin coming to visit Alberta. Who I know Joe Manchin's Democrat, but like he's Republican.
Yeah, he's conservative.
All but yeah. And yeah, I mean, like, but the difference between Kenny and a guy like Ron DeSantis is that Kenny kept caving to, the globalist World Health Organization conspiracy, whereas DeSantis was just like, no, fuck you, I'm not doing shit.
Yeah. They kind of tried to play, but they tried to do this bare minimum to protect people, but then not only are you getting people killed, but you're also alienating the extreme reactionaries that are supposed to support you by acknowledging that anything is going on at all, or that there's not some kind of conspiracy, global leftist conspiracy to do whatever. I don't know what the point of it was, but it's been highly enjoyable to see people like Kennedy. Like, I keep saying Kennedy, Jesus Christ. It's been highly amusing just to see people like Jason Kenney try to walk this tightrope of appeasing the far right and their parties, it's literally the crowd that they come from, while still taking these basic precautions and having it completely blow up in their face. So Kenney's stepping down as the conservative leader in Alberta, and that's the thing. It's like, I think this is something that I guess if you're on the left, you're supposed to be happy about. But I think what we've also seen in Alberta and like all over the country, frankly, is a big failure to capitalize and organize around the failures of the pandemic in any way. You've seen this been a failure in Ontario. It's been a failure in Alberta. It's been a failure of the left federally. When you talk about the NDP, it's like the mismanagement of the pandemic itself from both the Liberal Party federally and these provincial parties also is one thing. You've had this massive upwards transfer of wealth at the same time, simultaneously. Like, this should have been fertile ground to make for the left to like highlight the differences in the way that they would do things and organize around this. And there's just been this huge failure over the last few years to capitalize on this. And that's the thing is, like, I think people are celebrating Kenny because they hate him rightfully stepping down. But this might actually provide sort of a cover for the Conservative Party in Alberta to get reelected. And it doesn't mean that the NDP is even closer at all towards filling that gap. And as we've seen from their actions in the past, even if they were able to somehow miraculously fill that gap, would they actually have the big, bold ideas and agenda to actually make a profound change in the province? History suggests no, they would not. So it's like, it's fun to laugh at Jason Kenney stepping down, but this is not necessarily this good thing for the prospects of the left in Alberta or elsewhere, you know?
Right. I mean, because there is no left in Alberta, like institutionally. There are people on the left, but I mean, they don't have a voice because the NDP is just like, fuck you, who else are you going to vote for? And then, spend all their time pandering to center-right people who used to vote PC. I mean, during the last election, they must have trotted out every single fucking former PC who's now voting NDP, right? Like, there aren't that many of them.
Yeah. Which, again, you compared them to the Democrats. It's the same thing. Look at all these conservatives that love us now. And that's supposed to give people, that's supposed to make people feel comfortable and confident in them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if Kenny had stayed on, I mean, the NDP would have for sure won next year, right? And so this is good for the Conservatives because they get to choose someone who doesn't have Kenny's baggage to lead them into the next election, someone who's perhaps even more right-wing, but more sophisticated messenger, Brian Jean, who actually recently was elected as an MLA in the by-election for the UCP up in Fort McMurray, where he lives, on an explicit platform of getting rid of Jason Kenney. He's the guy Kenny ran against in 2017 and cheated against to win. He hates Kenny like as much as anyone, and he's gonna run. And I mean, he's been tweeting about how he's not a globalist and how he's gonna stand up to the World Economic Forum. Danielle Smith, who was the Wild Rose leader who lost Allison Redford in 2013 and then became a radio show host, and then she quit her radio show because of cancel culture, and she's a Calgary Herald columnist still, or at least was. Last year she compared mandatory vaccination, which of course we don't have, to the to like Nazi experiments. Like, she's a real wacky
for sure
person. But
as
also
we went over during the whole convoy, I think the Nazis that's what they were famous for, is vaccinating all their victims. Horrible, really horrible stuff. I'm so sorry that these folks had to go through this.
Yeah. And she announced today she's running. I mean, she becoming premier is definitely a long-standing goal of hers, and so I think she thinks she may be able to do it now. And she's talking about how we need to apologize to all the pastors who've been locked up for refusing to abide by capacity restrictions. This is like, all the pastors. It's like a few people, right? It's like
yeah.
And so she's like dog whistling. I mean, not even dog whistling to the anti-vax crowd, as is Jean. There's talk that Drew Barnes, who ran for the Wild Rose leadership after Danielle Smith and lost to Jean, is gonna run again. He's a landlord. Some have even referred to him as a slumlord. Not me. He's talking about running. Doug Schweitzer, the more moderate, my MLA. There's rumors he may run as like the old guard PC guy. And I mean, you look at Jean Charest on the federal scene, and I mean, there's just no significant constituency for that anymore, right? Like, if people want a moderate conservative, they just vote for the NDP.
Yeah, exactly. So it seems to be the main takeaway, is that it's funny to laugh at a terrible shitty person like Jason Kenney, having to step down in disgrace. But it seems politically for Alberta, the likelihood is that it might slide even further to the right, which is not really something to celebrate over.
Oh yes, and I believe Michelle Rempel is rumored to be jumping into provincial politics to try and lead the UCP. And I mean, she is their best chance at winning because she has this like moderate image. And because on like LGBTQ issues, unlike Kenny, she's not horrible, but I mean, she's just as racist. I mean, she was like, because she's on Patrick Brown's campaign for the federal conservative leadership, and she was talking about how everyone needs to dissociate from anyone who endorses Great Replacement. Of course, she went on Tucker Carlson several years back and said that Trudeau was, putting a bounty on U.S. soldiers' heads by paying out Omar Khadr for his experiences as a child soldier in Afghanistan.
If he was doing that, I would support it. But unfortunately, that's not true.
Yeah. That would be really based if Trudeau is doing that.
Yeah, you would have to hand it to him in that case.
Yeah. So, I mean, all this is a bit rich. All these conservatives trying to distance themselves from other conservatives is, it's fun to watch, but
sure.
I mean, either way, we're fucked because either we get another conservative and it's just 4 more years of this dystopian hellscape, or we get an NDP government and they just keep things as they are
poised to repeat the exact mistakes that they made in 2015 that led to Jason Kenney taking power in the first place, right?
Yeah, no, they haven't learned shit. In fact, they were like we're engaging with the Fraser Institute.
Yeah.
On like economic policy. Relatively recently, right? Like they all they care about is winning. They have no right, like Notley has no principles whatsoever, and really doesn't have a vision for a long-term future for Alberta or the planet, frankly.
Yeah, well, and this is always the thing when it comes to the NDP, when people point out that the NDP is the only possible way you can organize in the left in Canada electorally. And it's like the actions of the Alberta NDP and the BC NDP, I think, should dispel anyone's any myths that people have about the NDP being some like social democrat party or progressive party. We've seen repeatedly when they actually govern in either of these places, and they just end up being a neoliberal party like everyone else. That maybe has a slight more of a focus towards like social justice, or might be a little bit more willing to invest in social programs, or some more vaguely left-wing gestures. But ultimately, when it comes to like propagating this series of the program of resource extraction and sort of colonialism that this country represents, they're more than willing to be stewards of that, and just as much as the liberals or the conservatives. And that's why I keep on getting frustrated with this obsession that people have in this country with making the NDP good or getting the NDP to win a federal election, when it's just like, what do we expect is going to happen if once that mythical day finally comes? It's very clear exactly how they're going to react to that moment, and people should kind of just internalize this and move on from this idea that the NDP is going to save us. It's clear that they are not.
Yeah, I mean, things are pretty bleak. I mean, Notley tweeted today about a great guy Kenny was.
I wanted to ask you about that as well.
Yeah, she didn't disagree. She didn't agree with him on everything, but she admires his commitment to public service. Yeah. And it's just like, just say nothing.
Yeah,
just say like, or you could say the truth. But if you're not going to say the truth, then just don't say anything. Calgary's beloved former mayor Naheed Nenshi also said the same shit and turned off replies, which coward move.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. You can say nothing at all. If it was me, I would do a quote tweet with the R.I.P. Bozo clip. That I think is what get people excited. It would get people talking.
Yeah.
None of this bullshit about like, well, I may not agree with Jason Kenney, but I respected his. I mean, it's the same way there was that clip of George W. Bush going around last night where he accidentally admits to being a mass murderer in this kind of Freudian slip. And it just made me think of all the liberals and Democrats that have been like falling over themselves to rehabilitate his image and talk about how respectful he was and how he may not have agreed on much, but at least and it's the exact same principle when it comes to someone like Jason Kenney.
It's
no
like
need to rehabilitate
Wing,
these fucking ghouls.
The West Wing did so much brain damage to an entire generation of people who are interested in politics. And like honestly, like I liked the West Wing. I thought it was entertaining, but like if you think that that's how the real world works, like you should not be anywhere near power.
It poisoned a generation of liberal brains in this country and in the United States and elsewhere. And you're still like in Calgary, in Alberta, there's still been like lockdown protests, right? Like we had the convoy, obviously in Ottawa. There's been some like mini convoys happening in Alberta as well, right?
Oh man, when the convoy arrived in Ottawa, and started taking over downtown that city, there was a march in Calgary, and I live on Main Street in Calgary, and it's actually the main street they were marching on. And I went out on my balcony, and there were just people as far as the eye can see. Like
cool.
Like it was insane. It was probably a bigger turnout than they had in Ottawa. I think a lot of the people there were coming, like no one, because this isn't downtown Calgary. None of these shitheads live downtown Calgary, right?
Yeah, it's all the rural types.
These guys live in the suburbs, if not, like Lethbridge and Medicine Hat.
Yeah,
and like right, like a lot.
It's like the working class gated community of $75,000 pickup truck crowd, right?
Yeah,
the authentic working class types that were part of this movement.
Yeah.
What's amazing too, it's like you talk about Alberta, it's like there's no fucking there's no restrictions. They did a bare minimum approach to this pandemic. Like maybe some, like you said, they had to be pulled kicking and screaming into the most basic protections, which still ended up costing many lives and overwhelmed all these hospitals. That's the weird, fucked up thing about these anti-lockdown protesters that have gone after Doug Ford. They've gone after Jason Kenney. They've engaged in these kinds of like big protests, like, and it's just like, what are you protesting, really? Like, I actually don't know. These mandates that don't exist, the mandatory vaccination, which does not exist. It's literally the government like politely asking you to take medicine so you don't get really sick. That's been the main thing that's animating these people.
Yeah, it's the bare minimum, right?
Yeah,
it's just individual solutions, right, to the pandemic. Wear a mask, get vaccinated.
It's too much.
If you work in essential service, go to work.
Yeah,
go to work even if you're sick. Like so this like march of dunces is still happening every week in downtown Calgary. A bunch of people in downtown Calgary organized to confront them earlier this year, and started blocking them from marching along 17th Avenue. And then 1 week the cops attacked the counter protesters to allow the convoy people to keep marching. Yeah. And then
Kenny's evil stormtroopers beating counter protesters to ensure that the right to protest remains uninfringed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the Calgary police chief essentially was like, yeah, there are good people on both sides. And
of course.
Anyways, the city issued an injunction against the convoy people. They weren't allowed to honk. They also weren't allowed to demonstrate in the street. And So basically they were confined to like outside City Hall for like a month or so, and then the injunction got lifted. So now they're back to marching in the street, except they haven't been honking as loud is the difference.
Good. That's nice.
Yeah. And yeah, and you see like children at the march and stuff wearing like they have like vendors where they start at the park right across the street from the hospital downtown. They're selling merchandise that says like Pure Bloods on it, which that's not a Nazi dog whistle. I don't know what it is. Police Chief Mark Newfield praised their entrepreneurial spirit when he was saying that they're both people on good sides and we just need to get along and create a consensus. One exceptionally idiotic city councilor was saying that we need to have like public hearings on this where both convoy supporters and people who are organizing against them can come to council and talk about their like lived experiences. Yeah, and that got she got roasted pretty hard for that, and rightfully so. And yeah, I mean, these are the people, just to bring it back to Kenny, I mean, these are the people who organized against him, right? It wasn't the moderate wing of the conservatives, though they're also happy to see him go, but I mean, there barely is a moderate wing anymore.
Yeah. Well, and like, listen, this is the lesson that people in the conservative movement in Alberta are going to take from this is like, we can't go against our base because they're going to come after us the moment we do. And that's really the difference between the way that the right is organized in Alberta and elsewhere versus the left. Whereas and also in America, it's the same lesson, right? The neoliberal parties, they just abuse their base over and over again. And so you want this? No, we'll never do that. We're never doing this. Who else are you going to vote for, asshole? And they keep on holding their heads down and being like, okay, we'll go vote for you. Meanwhile, the right, whether you agree with them or not, and obviously we don't, will militantly organize around this stuff and go after their elected officials. And they've got people in the movement completely terrified to go against them. And that's the lesson they're going to take away is in the future global health crisis. We can't even suggest that we're going to do anything to help people. We have to appease these folks at all costs. That's what the takeaway is going to be. Right. And so it's just an example of anything, how we're sliding even further to the right. You're seeing people now like Pierre Poilievre, who are kind of like becoming the new conservative movement leaders in this country, which you can tell. We watched his interview with Jordan Peterson yesterday, and his charisma is just so undescribable that it's really not surprising that he's gotten to that level. Who are now just kind of just trying to fill that populist gap. And it's actually the interesting crossover, I think, between someone like Kenny and someone like Poilievre. He's like you described Kenny's whole career. He's a lifelong conservative, been involved in the political movement since he was like a dorky teenager up till today. Same with Poilievre, who is like literally talking in this interview with Jordan Peterson about he started reading like Milton Friedman at the age of 15 and going to PC party meetings. Just the nerdiest shit imaginable.
Such a loser.
The huge losers. But at the same time, they style themselves as being these kind of populists, right? Or I'm not from the political system. I'm here to upset. You talked about Jason Kenney like driving his truck into the caucus meeting and everything. They project this image that they're these outsiders, these working class whisperers, when no one could be more politically connected from the lifetime political class politicians, and the fact that they're able to style themselves as these populists, even though it's blown up in Jason Kenney's face. Now you have Pierre Poilievre doing the same kind of act, and it seems to be working. But it's the level of complete fraud that these guys are operating under is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the federal conservative leadership, I mean, obviously they all have to come through Calgary to like kiss the ring of like the oil and gas industry and all the neoliberal freaks here. And Poilievre spoke at this in this packed gymnasium, like 5,000 people there, not a lot of mass. Poilievre's actually from Calgary.
Well, I think he was born. He was saying in the interview he was like born in Saskatchewan and then moved as a young person to Alberta.
Oh, is that right?
That's what he was saying to Jordan.
Yeah. Well, Peterson is actually from Alberta. In fact, he's from the same town as Rachel Notley.
Yeah. Well, he's a former NDP guy. He was talking about this in this interview as a young guy. he was like an NDP guy for Notley's father, right? Because she's part of a political dynasty.
Yeah, that's right. Grant Notley.
Yeah.
There's a riding named after him actually that that is represented by Conservative. But
there we go.
But yeah, I mean, Polyev, I went to this event, to cover it for my newsletter, The Orchard. And I was just interviewing people there. I mean, people were like brought signs, like it was like a Bruce Springsteen concert, like their favorite songs.
Rock star.
Yeah. In this woman, who is carrying the sign, like saying, "Thank you, Pierre, for giving this grandmother hope for her grandchildren's future." I was just like, "What do you like about Polyev?" And she's like, "Well, he's just a regular, like, blue collar guy."
Yeah.
And it's like, he was elected to parliament when he was like, what, 25? So he's been collecting a pension for quite some time now.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't be less working class if he tried. He couldn't be less blue collar. But it says a lot that just even like speaking,
well, he's a landlord too, and he's talking about housing and about how the conservative movement is going to have the answers to the housing crisis. This motherfucker's actually a landlord, profiting and exploiting the housing crisis. Yeah,
build more houses, print less money.
Yeah, exactly. We got to cut the red tape. The red tape is preventing the developers. They really want to build affordable housing for everyone, but they just can't do it because of all the liberal red tape. That's what he's going to get at. Yeah.
Yeah. It reminds me of when Dave Rubin was on Joe Rogan, and he was like, what do we need all these building codes for?
Yeah.
I mean, if someone wants to put like electrical plug right next to the water, I mean, free market.
Let him do it. Yeah, that's the free. But why don't you just build the house out of asbestos? It's cheap, right?
Yeah. No, I think Polyev has been a lot more effective at like courting the far right, while also like obviously all these people who support Charest and Brown are just gonna fucking cave and support Polyev when push comes to shove, right? Yeah. And I think because Polyev is consistent, right? Like all the more moderate candidates attacking him for like flip-flopping on abortion, like he has it since when he was first elected. He told the Campaign Life Coalition what they wanted to hear to get their support, but since then he's been consistently pro-choice, which fits with his like hardline neoliberal agenda. Like,
yeah,
I don't know, let the market decide. If people want abortions, then they can have them. People want to oppose abortion, they cannot, right? That's this whole thing, right? More freedom for everyone.
Sure. But I think that's the amazing thing that I was struck by watching the Polyev interview with Jordan Peterson yesterday, is just like the way that he's been able to draw these huge crowds by speaking to the very real crises that we're facing, the real economic pain people are going through right now. He's talking about this very real phenomenon of, houses that your parents could afford, this house that they've lived in for 30 years. And now it's like no one that's in their mid 30s has any hope of ever having that option because of how outrageous the housing crisis has gotten. And he speaks to these very real issues. And it's just incredible how he's been able to convince people that he like has solutions to this. And when you actually sit down and listen to him to talk about what these solutions are to this crisis, they've got nothing. They've got no actual answers for like how they're going to fix any of these problems beyond just like boilerplate conservative talking points. Like you're talking about cutting red tape, building more affordable houses. Okay. Whereas, and then betraying this total lack of understanding about like what socialism is. They're against socialism, but they can't describe what it is. But they're talking about a children's novel. Or they think that Justin Trudeau is socialist, or that there's somehow like Justin Trudeau is overseeing this drastic expansion in the state, despite the state being absolutely nowhere when it comes to all these crises in housing. The state's we don't have any nationalized telecom companies. We don't have any nationalized oil and gas companies. It's just amazing how this level of fraud, where people like Pierre Polyev have been able to like been taken seriously as these conservative thought leaders, despite having this like childlike understanding of the way the economy works and zero actual answers to these very real things. And again, it speaks to the failure of neoliberalism and the left, because it somehow people like Pierre Polyev end up having credibility because they're able to speak to these issues, and because there's no actual response to this. And it's like, it's amazing to me how this is still working. The idea that you're talking about, if people have 5,000 people going to see this like absolute like cardboard charisma vacuum, like I can't describe, if someone's not familiar with Pierre Polyev, how non-charismatic he is. How you'd view someone going to give these like fiery rhetoric speeches, you know, it's just absolutely nothing going on there. And it works. It still works. And that's why this country is just really cursed.
It was the most extraordinary thing when I went to that Polyev event, and he told this anecdote about this couple who lives in a trailer park near his office in Ottawa. And, you know, whether they actually exist or not is an open question, but he said that they make $100K a year working in a quarry where they extract like material that's being used to build homes. But they said with housing prices, they won't be able to move out of the trailer park ever. And he said that when the people who build our homes can't afford to live in them, our economic system is fundamentally unjust. And people went nuts for that line.
Yeah.
And I think it goes to show how just even paying lip service to people's real material concerns goes a long way.
Yeah.
Especially when the left has completely like the you know, sort of
the professional left.
Yeah, exactly. Has just completely surrendered to neoliberalism and the professional managerial class that upholds it.
Yeah, well, that's the incredible thing about the conservatives in this country, whether it's Jason Kenney or Pierre Polyev, and just the idea that, you know, he references these very real things. He'll even kind of engage in this kind of like anti-rich, like populist rhetoric, like the big fat cats that are profiting from, and all the people that are doing all the work are getting none of the profit, and using this kind of class language while saying like literally, no, I'm not going to expand the social safety net. No, I'm not going to, of course, raise taxes on any of these wealthy people that I'm railing against right now. And so it's this kind of rhetorical trick that they use, where they criticize the very real sense of alienation that people have from our economic system. They speak to these issues. They point to the culprits, the rich and the wealthy that are behind this, and then propose no solutions to actually like redistribute the wealth or take power away from these wealthy people who are there, of course, like doing the bidding of. And it's just people fall for it. That's the depressing
Well, it's
thing.
just like, yeah, you know, the bankers and politicians got us into this mess, and we're going to solve it by making it easier for you to invest in crypto.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Like that's literally Polyev's position. Of course, he gave a disclaimer. He gave a disclaimer that he's not saying you should invest your life savings in it because it's risky, but also it should be easier for you to do so
if you want to. Yeah, just like if you want to,
well, exactly, more
build
freedom.
your home with asbestos or have no electrical wiring codes telling you what not to do. You know, you should be able to invest your life savings in a fake coin or a picture of an ape if you want to. Like, that's freedom to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he really is like I don't know if you watched the conservative debate last week. It was fucking unwatchable.
No, I didn't. I couldn't do it to myself.
It was amusing when they did these like lightning round, like speed dating questions, and one of them was, what book are you reading? And Polyev was just like, I'm reading Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life.
Yeah.
And it's like, of course he is. Like, he is the Peterson candidate. And really, a conservative needs to tap into that, like, you know, white male sense of grievance to win, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Peterson, I mean, you know, obviously he's like a profoundly like right-wing cultural figure, but a lot of people are into his stuff who aren't political, you know, and they don't get his like dog whistles to the far right. And you know, Polyev needs those people to go out and vote for him in order to win, and I think he has a good chance of winning. And unlike Kenny, I don't see the party collapsing into disarray under him. I think he I mean, his whole message, like just freedom for everyone, for social conservatives, for libertarians, for just, I mean, that is a unifying message.
Yep. So a lot of worrying political trends in this country, Jeremy. We're seeing it in Alberta. We're seeing it federally. We don't see much of a response. It's a pretty grim situation. I'm thinking about the possibility of a future Polyev versus Chrystia Freeland election, and it literally makes me want to take a cyanide tablet and just lie down in a hole and just allow myself to just drift away into nothingness. That's what it makes me feel like.
Yeah, you and me both.
Jeremy, thanks for joining the show. It's been great to talk to you about this. I appreciate it a lot. I plugged the Appel Orchard Substack a couple times. I'll put a link in the chat again. Jeremy's also a co-host of a friend of the pod, friend of the stream, the Big Shiny Takes Institute, Canada's only anti-free speech think tank, which we appreciate as well.
Yeah, no, great to be here as always, Rob. And yeah, here's to I mean, I think we should enjoy Kenny eating shit and just imagining him crying, but we also need to keep our eyes on the ball. And
there we go.
Yeah.
Well, that's we're going to continue to do that. Jeremy, I appreciate the work that you do covering this stuff. Thanks again. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Take
Always
care.
a blast. Bye.
Okay, Jeremy Appel, everyone. Thank you, Jeremy. That was wonderful. Thank you to Jeremy. Good talk. And again, even though it's enjoyable to watch Jason Kenney eat shit, you just know he's going to end up on the fucking board of some evil oil and gas company even 6 weeks from now. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. I mean, these guys are egomaniacs, and obviously he had probably greater ambitions than being just Alberta Premier. I think he thought maybe eventually he'd probably be Prime Minister of Canada. It's kind of satisfying that dream has blown up in his face, but he'll be fine, unfortunately. I wish it was not true, but he will most likely be fine. And as you were saying before, the next person is always, shockingly, even more fascist. That's right. Well, and like Jeremy's saying, like, even if the NDP manages to win this next election, what evidence is there that they've learned the lessons? That they've learned the lessons of the previous Notley era? Obviously, they have not. Which is just going to lead to, it's either the new, even more fascist guy takes over now, or in a couple of years. Once again, certainly seems like we do need some kind of a alternative, some kind of a left alternative in this country, to the NDP. I think that's the inescapable conclusion. What's a premier is like a governor. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like we need a left. There needs to be a left-wing alternative in this country that is not going to say like we'll be the nice oil and gas company, we're the nice oil and gas party. We're gonna build more affordable housing. We're gonna maybe think about doing some green policies within the next couple of decades. Like we need someone that's gonna be out there saying housing first. We need someone. We're gonna nationalize our telecom industry. We're gonna shut down the oil and gas industry. We're gonna nationalize it and transition the workers into producing green energy. Like, the NDP's not doing that. Someone's going to need to do it. Someone's going to need to do it eventually. Thank you, Squatch. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to go pick up my kid pretty soon. I got 20 subs to go, folks. I got 20 subs to go. That might be a big ask. I might have to just take a break in 10 minutes and leave and come back. Because I gotta fill up the sub goal. But for now, I gotta take a moment to raise awareness of this community and encourage people to subscribe. It's been muted. The alerts have been muted. If you're new to the community, please subscribe. Get the emotes. Join the community. Join the Discord. If you like the content, you're gonna love to be part of the community. Obviously, as this diagram indicates, there are non-subscribers and we respect them kind of, but really what it really helps is to subscribe and be part of the community. You can gift subs, you can move up into that chaos zone, into the elite level, get access to the patented trickle-down clout system. This is only available on this channel. I'm gonna put on some kind of music, a musical interlude here. And if you missed it as well, you can buy TRRS merch. If you want to buy a TRRS shirt or hoodie or other stuff, stickers. I saw Metal Dipshit in the Discord was looking for notebooks. Ralph Klein's Ghost. Thank you, Ralph Klein's Ghost, for the 1337.
Ralph Bucks for all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Perhaps I can make a notebook. I didn't think anyone would want one of those.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Risk Inverse, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Trying to get some music going. Here we go.
Booyah, back in the flow.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
So Risk Inverse, thanks for the gifted sub. Venus, thank you for gifting a sub as well. Thank you, Venus of Lore, for gifting a subscription. Very much appreciated. Just turn this down ever so slightly. Thank you, Venus of Lore. Thank you also to Amazing Bird Show for the 14 months of Prime. Thank you for the Prime Bucks, Amazing Bird Show. Thank you also, Short Jumper, for the Tier 1 sub. Brand new community member. Thank you, Short Jumper. Please, if you're new to the community,
use the computer
I appreciate
to mark
it
up
a lot.
the size of the account.
Join the Discord server.
Subscribe now. You get a complimentary Worm God NFT.
That is loud, isn't it?
Get them while they last. Chat TRRS Trustworthy Rob.
That's a bit better. It's more along what I was thinking about. There we go. Thank you, Lodane. Thank you, Useless Teammate, for the 200 friend coin as well. Thank you, Useless Teammate. You do get a complimentary Worm God NFT, which is more valuable than money. It's more valuable than money. And listen, as we all know, this community, not a cult. It's not a cult. It's not a pyramid scheme. I know the friendship triangle can sometimes be concerning to people. It is, of course, a two-dimensional shape, not three-dimensional. Key difference. And just because when you join this community, we do encourage you to examine certain relationships in your life with your friends and family, and ask yourself critical questions about whether these people are supportive or suppressive people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Bon C3PO, thanks for the gifted sub. I mean, we just want you to be around like-minded people who support you. I don't think that's something we should shy away from. Okay? I don't think there's anything wrong with that inherently. The music is tremendous. This music is the theme music to NHL 95 on Sega Genesis. One of the best sports games. Really one of the best games, period. But spent many hours back in the day, in the mid-late 90s, playing NHL 95 on Sega Genesis. And it's good kind of pitch music when you're pitching. You're trying trying to hawk Twitch subs. Do we hear a level 3 of this hype train, folks? Do we hear a level 3? That's right. Not only can you subscribe to the community and gift subscriptions and move yourself up and down within this friendship triangle system, you can also get access to special emotes from completing these hype trains here on Twitch.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Give me that clout.
Justinian777, thank you. The 11 months of Tier 1. The clout is yours to take. It's yours. You just have to reach out and take it. Was 95 the first year you could create your own player? I don't remember. I didn't play 94 enough to remember, but I did spend a lot of time creating players in
Rob
NHL
to
95.
talk you through all this.
NBA 95 was also really... Live 95 was also really good, but the theme music isn't as good. Thank you, Progressive Canuck. Thank you for the gifted sub, Progressive Canuck. Thank you very much. Getting very close to... That goal is within reach. That goal is within reach. I can feel it. I can feel how close it is. I do enjoy playing that NHL 95 and being the Los Angeles Kings. Was Yari Curry on the Kings? You got Gretzky. You got Luc Robitaille. I think Yari Curry did eventually play for the Kings as well, didn't he? Great lineup in terms of offense, that team. Yari Curry, one of the all-time great goal scorers, thanks to being on the line with Gretzky. Marty McSorley, of course, famous NHL goon Marty McSorley on that squad. They just brought all of Gretzky's guys in there, with Kelly Rudy between the pipes, that's right. They just brought all of Gretzky's guys over. And why not? Couldn't get past the old Montreal Canadiens in the Stanley Cup Final in 1993-4, though. And very unfortunately for them. Has the Canadian team still not won the Stanley Cup since that time? That's fucking a wild stat. It's truly amazing with all the good teams that have been put together in Vancouver, in Toronto, in Montreal, in Ottawa since that time. None of them have been able to actually win the Stanley Cup since 1993. Pretty embarrassing. Except the Flames did win in 03. That's right, the Phantom goal. I actually remember watching that. Yeah. I remember watching that. The Phantom goal, the goal that wasn't. Get put on a line with Gretzky and score 70 goals. That's right, that's how it works. So we're still trying to get closer to that sub goal, folks. We're getting closer. Again, I've done a lot of important journalism today. We reviewed debates. That was a very great conversation with Jeremy Appel. I've been doing all kinds of journalism.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Red Wine Terrorist, for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Gretzky could never have scored in his entire career and would still have the record for career points. There's some really amazing stats about Gretzky's career. You know, it's unfortunate that he's become basically like a right-wing Republican. In terms of his sport accomplishments, though, set records that will probably never be touched. I think he won the MVP award in his first 8 seasons. Is that it? His first 8 or 9 seasons. No one has ever dominated a sport to the same extent. We're 1 minute away from this hype train ending, folks. Can we get to level 4 of this hype train? He's hawking all the gambling sites now. That's wonderful. Only hockey stats I've witnessed is my cousin Ryan O'Reilly drunk driving into a Tim Hortons and then use lavish salary and lawyers to bury that story.
You can count on me. You're going to have
Amazing.
a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hey, look at that. Red Wine Terrorist. Thank you for gifting another sub to Carter. 10 gift subs and Red Wine Terrorist. That puts you, gifting 10 subs in this channel, puts you right into that elite level of the Friendship Triangle system. What a wonderful thing for you. You should be really proud of yourself, and I'm proud of you. And I love you. Thank you, Red Wine Terrorist. Thanks for supporting the channel, folks. I gotta go pick up my kid. Here's what I'll do. I'll put on a video for you. I will go pick him up. I'm two generous chatters away from reaching the sub goal. I'll put on a video for you. I will go pick him up, come back, we'll hang out a little bit more, and try and get the rest of the way there, which I know we can do. Rob will never withhold that love because it's not a cult. Exactly. I would never hold that over your head. Or use the possibility of taking it away to manipulate you in any way. Not something that would ever happen in this community. Don't worry about it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh wow, Red Wine Terrace, look at that. Thank you for gifting another sub to Heffels. That's cool. We support Keffels over here. This is a pro Keffels stream. Thank you very much, Red Wine Terrace. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, okay, I gotta go. I gotta go pick him up now.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I think this Red Wine Terrace is going mental right now. Thank you, Red Wine Terrorist, for another gifted sub. The promises of the elite level of the Friendship Triangle clearly have motivated something here. Okay. So I'm just wondering... trying to think of what I can put on here. Okay, I've really been enjoying doing these little audio-visual things where I take clips of my favorite films from the past and putting on my own soundtrack to it. That's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to leave you for a brief moment to go get my kid from school. I'll come back and we'll hang out some more. Okay, talk to you soon. You know, I really love in the original Terminator film this subplot with the two cops. What's the other guy's name? It's Lance Henriksen. And who's the actor who plays his partner? I'm trying to remember his name. I'm losing it. I'm losing my ability to remember these things.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Why is this so hard to find? Why is this so hard to find? Played by Paul Winfield. Paul Winfield and Lance Henriksen. I love the subplot of the two cops played by Paul Winfield and Lance Henriksen in this film. Thank you, Red Wine Terrorist. Thank you very much for another gifted sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really like how it kind of sets up this subplot of these two cops who are both two like cool like theater actors who bring a lot into this limited screen time in this movie. And you set up these two side characters of these cops who are like working on the case to try and save Sarah Connor. And you get the impression that they're like important to the story or important to the plot somehow. And you kind of think they're going to be characters throughout the movie. And then in that police station scene that played before this, when he just waltzes into the police station and just annihilates everyone. And they set up these characters as being somewhat important. And I think it establishes how dangerous and terrifying this character is of Schwarzenegger in the film, The Terminator. You've established these two like character actors as these significant supporting characters in this film, and just midway through he just walks in and just absolutely murders everybody. It's really they both these actors really crush the performances. They bring something really cool to these kind of minor characters, and it just makes Terminator seem so scary and dangerous. There's Michael Biehn. I'm a beanhead from way back. What an awesome flick. His fit in this is just great too. This always reminds me so much of Montreal in the mid-2000s when I was going out to bars and clubs all the time. In Montreal in 2005-06, this is people dressed exactly like this. I maintain that Biehn should have been a 90s action star on par with Tom Cruise. Yeah, he never quite put together the same career, didn't he? Did he? He did that Navy SEALs movie. He was in The Rock, famously. Never really put together the same big-time Hollywood career that he I feel like he probably should have had. That certainly is a big gun. Apparently the new Top Gun movie is really good. It's getting a lot of good reviews. Johnny Ringo and Tombstone, yes. I love the original Terminator because it's a horror movie, right? Terminator 2, of course, it's an incredible, perfect, big blockbuster action movie. This is more of like an independent... Schwarzenegger in this movie is terrifying. He's so fucking scary. Like, imagine if Schwarzenegger was just his whole mission in life was just to, like, murder you. And there's nothing you could ever do about it, and there's nowhere you can go that's safe. He's gonna come to murder you. Absolutely. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. It's amazing how great it looks too. I mean, this is like a shoestring budget. James Cameron, completely like unproven, untested as both a screenwriter and a director. This could have been schlock. This could have just been schlocky garbage. And this still looks better than any movie that gets made today. The way it's shot, the camera cuts, the way it's edited, the look of the film, it looks significantly better than any movie that comes out today in similar genre. Literally says Tech Noir on the wall. Yeah, that's the name of the club. I'm incredibly inspired by this movie and the work that I do. Like both this song that's playing right now, which is called Pursued by Cyborg Assassin, precisely because it's the kind of vibe that I was getting of this movie when I was making this track. I also do have a track called Tech Noir as well, which is another reference to this movie. There's 2 Terminator references in my upcoming electronic music album. This is terrifying. Look at this. This is just the worst situation to ever be in. And even my electronic music, it doesn't hold a candle to the fucking incredible synth score of this movie, too. No, the restlessness of it. Yeah, it's so propulsive. It's so propulsive. It just keeps going forward. I love it. It says there's a storm coming. The band Gunship also has a song called Tech Noir that I enjoy a great deal. Well, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I'm not familiar with them. I really enjoy just playing this track, though, and playing it behind classic 80s and 70s sci-fi films that I love. It does work. Literally never seen any of these films. Be cool, Theo. You gotta see Terminator 1 and 2. You have to. You have to see both of these films. Just watched T2 and Aliens the other day. James Cameron, genius. Absolutely. He's the man. He's the absolute man. I would actually like to watch this entire Terminator behind the scenes. I'm gonna actually save this bad boy for later. Okay. Okay, well, thanks for bearing with me, everybody. I'm back. I will stick around for another at least 30 minutes or so. There he is, the man himself. Yeah? Okay, I'll come help you. I'll come help you get a snack. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack for my kid. Yeah, I know there wasn't very many goldfish left over. Do you want a cookie? Why don't you have one of those guys? Can you close the... He didn't close the door. Okay. Okay. Cameron just coming back to remind us why he's number 1 with the bullet. Absolutely. And I'm incredibly hyped for Avatar 2. I would love to see James Cameron honestly do a smaller budget film like this, though. You know? It would be cool to see him return to that kind of filmmaking style. I understand why he wouldn't do it, but as much as he's obsessed with pushing the technology forward and everything, I'm supportive of that. I love it. It would be cool to see what he would do, just making a more modest budget film again like that, which I'm sure he would just crush. Man, what a great movie. Kind of want to watch it again now. I really enjoyed just watching those clips out of context. Okay, let's see. So what else can we do here? We talked about Jason Kenney. We talked about the conservative movement. Wonder if there's anything else. If you cannot film it with just a camera, I don't want to see it. No crazy make-em-ups, no blue people. I, for instance, love the blue people. You know, I like that. And again, just on a technical level, Avatar is just so far away beyond anything that is getting made now. Like a lot of the Marvel films, for example, which I sometimes enjoy, but have such high effects budgets, and to me, it just looks like shit. It just looks bad. Which I can't say the same when I watch Avatar. And I watch clips from Avatar, and my brain can't differentiate that what I'm seeing is not a real thing. Like when you see the water, the jungle and stuff, and it's like my brain is like, yeah, they're in a jungle. They're in a jungle right now. They're in the water. Yeah, that's a good idea, Old Dutch. Let's do that. He spent 10 years plus developing new tech to do all this. You just never doubt James Cameron. That's a good rule of thumb. Even if you don't like it, even if you don't respect it, you shouldn't doubt it. Okay? You shouldn't doubt it. Okay, just give me 1 sec, okay? Hang on just for 1 more sec. I'm just going to go check one thing. I'm going to make sure my son has a snack. And I'm going to check if there's anything in the mail for myself. But I'll be right back. Okay, this is exciting. Hey, Red Scary. Red Scary, I'm here. Forgot all about Avatar? Well, I assure you we've not forgotten about Avatar in this community. This is a pro-Avatar community. And we will be doing, in fact, in the Discord server, if you join the Discord server, in a few months, in August, there's already an Avatar movie night scheduled. We will be watching later this summer, prior to the release of Avatar 2, we will be watching the film Avatar in the Discord server, which I'm looking forward to. So check this out. I'm so hyped for Avatar movie night as well. Chapo is ahead of the game on this. Yeah, I agree, but also I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Yeah, I was ahead of the game as well. I never wavered. I never wavered in this. You know, I loved Avatar when it came out. And I never had this moment of like, oh, I didn't actually like it. It's cringe, whatever. No. I never wavered on this. What's in there? It's a good question. This is a pro Pandora community. Okay, this is exciting. My carts have arrived. No, it's not the merch. Please plug Moonfall, a movie we're watching tonight and should have won 25 Oscars. So tonight in the Discord server, and I don't think I'm going to be there. I will try to be, but I'm not sure if it's going to be possible. At 6 p.m. PST, Moonfall. The film Moonfall is being streamed in the Discord server. So this is funny. So in my delivery here of my vape carts, it also included like this little sucker. But like, is this like a free little edible thing? I don't think so. I think it's just like a regular sucker. Who knows though? Who knows? Anyway, I got one here. Blue Dream. And the classic Pineapple Express. Just showed up. Now let's see if they actually work in my vape battery. This is the question. I think they will. Oh, yes. Look at that. Refilled. Heck yeah. Again, this will just... being able to adopt the vape cart lifestyle has just been life-changing for me. I don't think I can ever go back now. I don't think I can ever go back. How is the Blue Dream? I don't know. This is my first time ordering it, so I'm not sure. White culture can be distilled down to 420, 69, and sexualizing Looney Tune characters, and I find all of this acceptable. Pretty much. That's pretty much all we got going. Pretty much all we got going, yeah. I should just go into a weed shop someday and ask the folks there. Well, that's the thing. I didn't know about this stuff, Sean. Like I said a couple weeks ago, when I was in town in Brockville, in my hometown, I was just driving by the like weed store, which is just surreal for me in general that there's a legal weed store in my hometown. You can't get these vapes in Quebec. That's not part of the official like legal weed paraphernalia you're allowed to get. So I picked one up there. And since then I'm just like, damn, this is pretty good stuff. This is pretty good shit. I enjoy the simplicity of it. The ease of use, the lack of like smelling. Very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. So I'm pretty psyched about this new delivery here. It's good to have something to suck on. That's right, Maxie. I'm often saying this. I'm often talking about this. Sometimes you just need to wrap your lips around something. Okay. My vaporizer. Okay, so Sean Mead, My vaporizer can do cartridges, and I know so little about it. I'm scared to try. I would recommend just going. I don't know what your legality situation is. If there is an establishment like that, I would just go. Generally, in my experience, the folks that work at these establishments are more than happy to help you figure this stuff out. Okay, let's take a look at this psychotic George W. Bush video. I think that's a good thing to talk about for a little bit. Yeah, I'll never go back to flower. A blunt or a J once in a while is fun, and I'm all vapes from my everyday smoking. It's just like, it really is like the future. It's the future of getting fucked up. Again, like I was saying before, if you went and showed one of these things to one of the founding fathers, their brains would just melt, just liquidate immediately. One pull off one of these bad boys. The future is now. That's it. We love it. A member of the edible cadre. I remember for a while, I don't know if anyone remembers this phase. For a while, I was talking, when I was first getting started on here, I was into the spray. There's that THC spray, which I got really into for a while. But I like the immediacy of this. And I like just going like, again, I just like going being able to have this, you know? Enjoyable. Very enjoyable.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Oh, goodness. Abelina Sabrina. Thank you very much for the raid. Very much appreciated, Abelina. I gotta say, I came in... I'll just admit to... I'll cop to this now. I was very kind of embarrassed because I showed up to Abelina. I just saw one day, I was just kind of just hanging around... open Twitch. I saw that Abelina was streaming, and I was like, "Oh, she's cool. She was on my podcast a couple months ago. I'll show up to support." And I just kind of showed up without really looking at the title of the stream, and I just kind of barged in to the streaming like, "Hey, hello," and I to support Abelina. And then I noticed immediately afterwards she got super like embarrassed, and I noticed that she had this like kind of sensitive personal stream going on that I just kind of like barged into, and I was just mortified. I was like, oh god, I gotta get out of here. I immediately left, but I really appreciate Abelina, really great streamer and YouTuber. Thank you very much for the raid, and I'm sorry I intruded on your like personal thing that you were doing the other day. I was really embarrassed. Thank you, Abelina. And welcome, chatters. Thanks for joining the stream. I'm Rob. You might know me from twitter.com. You might know me from Twitch. Again, if you're coming from Abelina's stream, she's appeared on my podcast a few months ago. The Insurgents. Great episode with Abelina. That's where I'm from. But I'm going to be here for about another 20, 30 minutes or so. Regarding this clip, he admitted. This is the ultimate he admitted clip. It's true. I'm sure by now everyone has seen this clip, and I'm not like 21.5 million views since last night. Because it's really remarkable. It's really remarkable. Anyone that remembers
the friendship triangle.
Oh my goodness. Red Wine Terrorists. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Red Wine Terrorist has just been showing up very new to the community and has been very generous with the gifted subscriptions. Very much appreciated, Red Wine Terrorist. 4 months, okay, 3 months. 3-4 months. In the community. Thank you very much, Red Wine Terrorist. Terroirist. Okay, I thought it was just like a spelling thing. Terroirist. My auditor didn't threaten to hit me with the TRRS e-meter chat. That did not happen. Exactly. It didn't happen, and don't worry about it. Don't ask about any of that stuff. It's totally fine. I just finished Washington Bullets right now for the reading group. I did not know it was possible to hate this country even more than I already did. I mean, and this is the thing about this clip. I think anyone that lived through this time, I think, has been completely had their brain reoriented by this. And just like that's I think the really disturbing thing about this, where he kind of casually, openly, not only admits to being a mass murderer, but kind of jokes around about it, and everyone gives it a nice laugh. Everyone laughs over it. Like, these are the same people. There's the same ruling class of people that have been talking nonstop about the criminality and the illegality of Putin's war in Ukraine, and how we need to. Every single Russian actor needs to disavow Putin, and every single person needs to say Putin bad in order to be taken seriously, while being beneficiaries of this empire that has just committed this widespread criminality, and who has engaged in just the absolute worst, most depraved mass murder and terror campaigns. These are the people that have been lecturing everybody about human rights and morals and all this stuff. And it's just really remarkable to see George W. Bush, who liberals have gleefully rehabilitated, admit to this. It's really, really disturbing and blackpilling. Here it is.
In contrast, Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process.
COINTELPRO. Well, that's the thing, democracy. Yeah, so America, famously very democratic. The Senate and the Supreme Court, all these institutions, very, very democratic. No political prisoners, of course, in America. No political assassinations in America. Unless you want to ignore, the war on drugs and the way that entire communities have been devastated and locked up, the way community leaders have been openly assassinated, which has been going on from the 60s all the way to now, with from Fred Hampton to the BLM protesters that are getting found in burned out cars and everything like that. Certainly no political opponents being targeted or disenfranchised in any way in good old US of A.
The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia, and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
Hold on, I'll play the whole clip and then I'll go back after.
Of Ukraine. Iraq, anyway.
Iraq too, he says. And they're laughing.
75.
And that just makes it okay. One of those classic gaffes. One of those classic George W. Bush gaffes. Oh, I'm 75. Can you believe it? 1 million people died. I can't stress this enough. I know this has been swept into the memory hole or whatever. This man is a mass murderer. He's a war criminal and mass murderer. And in fact, as you want to talk about how terrible things are in Ukraine, you can do so. Certainly war crimes are being committed in Ukraine. Civilians are dying. That's terrible. Doesn't even come close to approaching the scale of the destruction. If you take Afghanistan and Iraq, they were in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years. Does not come close to matching the cost to civilians, the refugee crisis, the rise of ISIS and these reactionary militant groups that rose out of that chaos. Nothing that's happening in Ukraine right now comes remotely close to the violence and depravity of the war in Iraq and the US-led war on terror. Literally torturing people. The worst things you can imagine. This man oversees, and not only has there been no consequences for George W. Bush or anyone in his administration, there's been no consequences to anyone in the media who helped manufacture consent for this, who only just failed upwards, who lectured the left, when it was going on about the pro-Saddam lefties who were against this thing. None of those people had any consequences whatsoever. No one was held accountable. Maybe you have a few people in terms of the individual horrific actions, like in Abu Ghraib or whatever, that were kind of held accountable. No one that was responsible for putting those people in those positions, though. Any consequences whatsoever. And this motherfucker feels comfortable enough to not only be walking around free, to be talking about his painting career and this kind of stuff, but literally admitting to this, openly admitting to this mass murder, and then to fucking laugh about it. Like, they're laughing at us. They're dabbing on us at this point.
Unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
This face made me want to kill. I don't want to spell out what it made me want to do, but meh. He's like, yeah. Yeah. You got me. It's so depraved. His dad killed Kennedy, and his granddad laundered Nazi gold. Yeah, otherwise a great family, though. Otherwise a great family. Other than that, it's hilarious that I'm being such a huge hypocrite. And again, this is who's lecturing us. This is who's lecturing us on who we should be supporting. This is who's lecturing us on the precious values of human rights and this kind of stuff. It just makes me want to be sick. Honestly. It's just horrifying. The lack of accountability, the lack of consequences for anyone in this elite class. The fact that they feel comfortable having these conversations. Bush killed 1 million Iraqis, and he doesn't even get the Voldemort treatment from the libs. Well, I mean, not only does he not get the Voldemort treatment, but do you know who does get the Voldemort treatment from liberals? Ralph Nader and Susan Sarandon. Why did they get the Voldemort treatment? Well, because they enabled the evil George W. Bush to win the election. That's why that's why Ralph Nader is such a disgrace and someone that should get the Voldemort treatment. By the way, what's going on with George W. Bush? Oh yeah, he's a great guy. Love that guy. I miss him. He's not Trump. He said Orange Man bad. He said Orange Man bad once, so he's cool now, actually. Ralph Nader is bad, but George W. Bush is good now. That's how these people think. There was actually one of these people in my mentions when I was talking about this last night. Because I talk about this, how liberals rehabilitated George W. Bush, including the Obama family. The Obama family was central to the rehabilitation of George W. Bush. Michelle Obama specifically. And this guy, Sean O'Leary, says it was not cool, and in fact much worse, when the Nader-Sarandon voters helped elect Bush in 2000. And it's first of all, not only did they blow that themselves, I knew it was Al Gore and Joe fucking Lieberman running. Yeah, it's a big surprise that that failed to connect with people. Setting that aside, they literally won the election. They literally won the election and had it stolen from them by the Supreme Court. And Al Gore just said, They literally won the election, just didn't want to make a big fuss about it. I think that's more of a big deal than Nader. They won the election, and then rather than fight for that or point out, hey, there's a coup happening. There's a judicial coup happening where they're refusing to, admit that we won the election. Rather than doing that, in the interest of unity, right? Because of the high-minded liberal ideals that they stand for. We can't undermine public faith in our institutions, of course. If you got to step aside for the good of the country. I think that has more of an impact in George W. Bush getting elected than Ralph fucking Nader, who's done more good than pretty much in his career than any fucking U.S. president before. Democrats are such massive fucking pussies that they can't even fight for the last 2 elections that they won but got taken from them. But the left is who's guilty of getting those elections stolen. That's correct, Lodane. Yes, that's right. That's how this works. And of course we all remember. Of course we all remember. Oh, he's sneakily passing Michelle a candy. He's passing her a candy, folks. Isn't it? They're just like us. They're besties. They're besties, and they're totally okay. Again, can't be stressed enough that this man is a mass murderer. That's not an exaggeration, like in any way. This man is a mass murderer. And when people like Ellen DeGeneres talk about George W. Bush, they're like, yeah, I'm friends with people that I don't agree with. And they try to make it out like it's one of those things. Of course, he's like your racist uncle that shows up at Thanksgiving. We don't agree on everything. We can still hang out at the football game. That's what America's all about. And it's like, no, it's not about not agreeing. It's not about just not agreeing with something. It's not about having a political disagreement. They started a war in which 1 million people died. You know? Women and children. Innocent people. There's people in Guantanamo Bay today getting like palliative care because they're elderly because they've been held in Guantanamo Bay on the U.S.'s torture prison on Cuban soil. They've been held there now illegally without being charged of any crime for 20 years. Talk about the lack of political prisoners. He's there lecturing Russia about their political freedom and the lack of political prisoners. Maybe these guys that got picked, the fucking cab drivers that got picked up in the early 2000s that are still sitting in Guantanamo today might have a disagreement with that. Hey, Afro-Socialista, what's going on? Yeah, these fascists, they just have a different opinion. Exactly. I hate it when people look at monsters and go, but he's so wholesome. Like, what do you expect the worst people in the world to be like? You think they're always asshole all the time to everyone around them? Hitler was a great family man. I can't speak to that, but that's not worthy of rehabilitation, obviously. No, you're right. Yeah, it's like just because someone's not a fucking mustache twirling supervillain, James Bond villain, does not mean that their monstrous acts should be kind of forgotten in any way. And that's why they were able to contrast with Trump, who's just like he did the mean things. Although, frankly, as terrible as Trump was, nothing that Trump did was anywhere remotely close to the destruction and death of the invasion of Iraq. And Trump was horrible in many ways. Normalized a lot of like horrible racism. I think gave the okay to this kind of the reactionary community to like openly embrace even more so these kind of really violent racist beliefs. Trump, orange man bad, I agree. Nothing Trump did comes remotely close to what George W. Bush did. But Trump gave them that kind of cartoon villain, right? He doesn't act like he doesn't use the language. He doesn't use the civility or talk about human rights or any of that bullshit. And that's why they hate him so much. But of course, when Ellen talks about it, and thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the clip. That's why when Ellen talks about it, it's just so fucking preposterous because she's talking about it like it's her, like, yeah, your reactionary uncle who just believes in different things. Like, this is a criminal. This is a war criminal, mass murderer, one of the worst monsters of modern history.
So I want to talk about something that happened this weekend. I know it's Tuesday. Sometimes I like to ruminate on things all day Monday so that on Tuesday you hear about it. This weekend I went to Dallas for the Cowboys game. And thanks. But during the game, they showed a shot of George and me laughing together. And so people were upset.
I actually, I know this clip is really, evocative. I'm not even sure that I can look at it with all the clips of the destruction and torture and stuff behind Ellen. It literally might be TOS because of the scenes of violence and brutality that are in this clip. I'll actually just watch the original Ellen clip, even though I appreciate Comrade Social Distancing for sending this over. You know what I'll do is I'll just play the audio.
So I want to talk about something that happened this weekend. I know it's Tuesday. Sometimes I like to ruminate on things all day Monday so that on Tuesday you hear about it. This weekend I went to Dallas for the Cowboys game. And thanks. But during the game, they showed a shot of George and me laughing together. And people were upset. They thought, why is a gay Hollywood liberal sitting next to a conservative Republican president? Didn't even notice I'm holding the brand new iPhone 11. And
he's just a conservative Republican president.
People were mad,
right?
And they did what people do when they're mad. They tweet. But here's one tweet that I loved. This person says, Ellen and George Bush together makes me have faith in America again. And
hilarious.
Exactly. Here's the thing. I'm friends with George Bush. In fact, I'm friends with a lot of people who don't share the same beliefs that I have.
They just don't share the same beliefs.
And I think that we've forgotten that that's okay, that we're all different.
We're all
for
different,
instance, I
folks.
wish people wouldn't wear fur. I don't like it, but I'm friends with people who wear fur. And
It's the same
I'm
thing.
friends with people who are furry, as a matter of fact. I have friends who should tweeze more. And but just because I don't agree with someone on everything doesn't mean that I'm not going to be friends with them. When I say be kind to one another, I don't mean only the people that think the same way.
You just
got to
be kind to everybody, even if you agree, if you believe in different things. It's absolutely sickening.
Even people who are already playing Christmas music. I mean, seriously, there's no excuse for that. But I'm kind to them. Anyway, I want to thank Jerry Jones, Charlotte Jones for hosting us, and thanks President Bush and Laura for a Sunday afternoon that was so fun. By the way, you owe me $6 for the nacho.
Hilarious. Great stuff. It's just really grim. It's really grim. I'm not friends with anyone who killed 1 million people. Neither am I. No. I mean, generally, if I'm becoming friends with someone and they've even killed one person, I feel that's a big problem for me. You know, that's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. And then she makes the joke about the $6. Yeah. She probably, screamed at a fucking assistant when all this was going on. When it found out she was going viral, she probably threw her fucking phone at her underpaid assistant for allowing her to be subjected to that. The viewpoint of the plebs. Having her very carefully cultivated marketing shtick about all the kindness and all that bullshit exposed for what it is. Jerry Jones is a monster too. Very, very good point. Yeah. I don't know. It's really fucking horrifying. Literally, I can hang out and eat barbecue with Alex Jones all day, take a ton of pictures, post them all over social media about me and my good friend Alex Jones. Not even one Sandy Hook parent would be able to say boo to me if they're an Ellen fan whatsoever. Yeah. Sounds pretty close-minded of you. Sounds like you're in your own non-murderer echo chamber. That's it. Well, it's just people that believe differently, you know? And again, like, this is going back to the idea of, like, lecturing other countries about what their foreign policy is, or lecturing other countries about human rights, which we hear a lot of. And just, like, the utter lack of credibility that anyone in America has to be saying this kind of stuff. Again, like, you can condemn Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Nothing that has happened in this invasion comes anywhere, matches this in any way. The absolute horror of it. The scale of it. The scope of it. The refugee crisis that ensued. We talk about the refugees that were a result of not just Iraq, but the whole war on terror. Even going by Ukraine's figures. That's it. There's no comparison. What is it, 37 million refugees? I always get the number wrong. 37 million people displaced. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, really think about that. Think about the unfathomable human tragedy of that. You know? And all these folks are now, like, they're in refugee camps. They're washing up on the shore of the Thames or the Mediterranean. Kids as well. Zero consequences. Zero accountability. And people still live in America or Canada and still think that we have some moral high ground. We have a moral high ground against Russia or China or anyone else. This is what I don't understand. Especially, and that's ignoring America's role in creating the conflict in Ukraine in the first place, which is also something that's been swept under the rug. Rob and many here in chat, deeply problematic people from the human rights world. Unfortunately, I can't click on the Eve Barlow link because she blocked me. His father only escalated what Nixon started with the war on drugs. Yeah, I mean, setting foreign policy aside, right? The human cost of those reactionary drug laws and the war on drugs. You know, millions of people are locked up. You know, millions of people's lives have been destroyed irreparably. And Iraq, and this legacy, the million civilians killed in Iraq, the 37 million displaced, I mean, that's only the latest example of a foreign policy stretching back all the way to World War II and beyond that, frankly, of what Michael Parenti called a free market holocaust. You know, in Korea, in Vietnam, in Guatemala, in Indonesia, in El Salvador, in Nicaragua, all over Africa, yeah. You know, it's been endless. Like, you can't even wrap your mind around the horror of it. And it's exactly why I've been so uncomfortable with the media climate and the political climate of the last couple of years, as they have just repeatedly gotten on this moral high horse. Because that's the amazing thing about the George W. Bush clip, is that he's literally admitting to this. He's literally admitting to his involvement in this while in the process of lecturing Russia about human rights.
In contrast, Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Iraq, anyway. 75.
Jail.
Here's the in contrast.
Lock him up. A gift for Russian propaganda too. Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about this before, and I think one of the most interesting conversations that I've had about Russia was with Spencer Ackerman a few weeks ago. And he talked specifically about how Russia's really motivated by, George W. Bush's own administration, their own rhetoric that they use. And a lot of what Russia is doing right now is just saying to the U.S., you're going to lecture us about human rights, and you're going to talk about the rules-based international order. You don't follow any rules. You don't follow any of these lofted, high-minded rhetoric about human rights that you claim to hold the standard that you hold other people to, and just calling them on that bullshit. That's a lot of what is happening in Ukraine right now. It's just being like, yeah, you're going to lecture me like that quote the other day from the foreign minister. Oh, I'm trying to remember his name. Where he's just like, just imagine what's happening in Ukraine is happening in the Middle East, and imagine Russia's the United States, and you're going to feel better. Lavrov, yeah, that's it. Yeah. I mean, they're well aware of this hypocrisy, and so is everyone around the world. So is everyone not in this like Western bubble. Every single person in the developing world in the global South is completely aware of the level of completely blatant, disgusting hypocrisy that the United States is operating under. No one is buying this shit anymore. No one is buying it anymore. And all these people are looking around going, why aren't we being backed by the people in the developing world? Why isn't the global South falling behind us here? Why are they supporting Russia? Even our ostensible allies like India. It's because, they all know that you're full of shit, and they're not in this Western bubble that we're in. Been thinking a lot lately about just how much growing up in this bubble, if you grow up in Canada or the United States, how much we are completely indoctrinated. And we like to talk about propaganda like it's just some other only bad authoritarian countries do this. And when really we're the most heavily propagandized two people in the world, right? Like, it allows us to grow up in this settler society where we violently displaced and ethnically cleansed the lands really recently, like in the last couple of generations. And yet we're still grown up to believe that this somehow belongs to us. We grow up in this bubble. When you get into this sort of new Cold War talk, I think something that stuck out in my mind the other day. We were watching that clip about casualties, the casualties of the Second World War, and how if you find it hard to wrap your mind around the idea that we're on the side of the fascists, regardless of, and how we've used World War II to kind of as this central plank in our propaganda myth to convince people that we stand for good things in the world. Even though we worked with the fascists afterwards, we directly inspired them. Our ethnic cleansing of the continent had directly inspired them. Because of the events of World War II, we've been able to kind of enact this false version of history where we're the heroes and we're against fascism. And it's really easy to see if you have a hard time wrapping your mind around that. Well, we're not on the side of the Nazis. What are you talking about? We fought the Nazis. We were against fascism. It's really easy to see. And you just take a look at World War II and who were the primary victims in terms of mass casualties in World War II, the countries. Number one is the Soviet Union. Number two, the Chinese. Look around you now. 80 years later. Who are the two big global enemies, the two big global threats right now that we're facing in the West? Well, wouldn't you know it? It's Russia and China. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that a weird coincidence? The two countries who bled the most fighting fascism are now right back being the number one enemy of the state. Kind of interesting how that works, isn't it? Drop something. Shit. It was a hostile takeover of the Nazis. That's right. And as soon as the war ended, we immediately transitioned back to fighting the evil Soviet menace, which we were more than happy to let the Nazis take care of for us. Anyway, we're the bad guys, folks. We're the baddies. When you understand this basic principle, it makes understanding these complicated foreign policy issues a lot more simple. When you understand this basic reality. That's why, frankly, I get very frustrated as well when I see, leftists, prominent academic leftists who are, sitting in these media circles, being like, and they're anti-China leftists. So they're saying, I'm a leftist, but China is capitalist. They're a capitalist country now, so that's why I join in with the ruling class of this country in opposing them. That's part of the reason I find that so gross. That's the central issue that's going to be used to divide us, and a lot of people are failing that. That's kind of a discussion for another day. I think I would like to expand more on that soon. I gotta go soon, folks. We're ruled by criminals. We're the bad guys. Our government has no we're part of a. If you live in Canada, the US, or the UK, or any of these Western countries, the rules-based international order, we're part of a global criminal cartel. Okay?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
A global organized criminal cartel. The United States is the boss of that. We're the junior partners in Canada and the UK and elsewhere. We're not in any position to be lecturing anybody else about these values that we pretend to care about. Thank you, John, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Let's get into this more next time. I'm 2 subs away from the goal. I know one generous chatter can get us to hit the sub goal. I'm 4 hours and 37 minutes into this thing now. We covered a lot of ground today. We talked to Jeremy. We've done a whole bunch. And I know 1 or 2 kind and generous chatters and community members can get us to the sub goal. I'm positive. I believe in the ability of this community to get us there. Honestly, okay, Red Scary, is Red Scary still in the chat?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
10,000 sandwiches. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you. I used to be a generous chatter, but I got into crypto and Bored Apes. Once you cash that out into become a multimillionaire, then you'll be able to get back on your feet. Am I still doing Scarynomics tomorrow? Here's the thing. My kid is off school tomorrow. I didn't realize. Did not realize. So I don't think I will be doing the stream during the day. What I'm planning right now is to do a night stream tomorrow. So Red Scary, I don't know if you're available for that. I would like to do like a call-in vibe. So Red Scary could call in. We could have others call in. Or Red Scary, if you're not available in the evening, which I understand, I would say to do it, maybe next week sometime instead. But I would like to do like a late night radio call-in vibe tomorrow, I think. So if you want to do that tomorrow in the evening, Red Scary, more than welcome, or we can put it till next week during the day, like when we normally are doing that. Night stream needs a theme song. Obviously, I have to watch Moonfall, but otherwise I can do Nighttime Friday, Scarynomics, also off Monday. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Well, then you can, whatever's easier for you, really. Then, you know. Maybe Monday would be even better because we can just do like a dedicated segment. But we also need to have callers. Okay? If it's your dream to be featured on the show and call in, then call me. Think about what you want to talk about tomorrow. Okay? Think about what you want to talk about. I'm surely you have 5 minutes on something. I know I love hearing from people in the community. I see you in the chat all the time. I want to hear from you tomorrow. And I'm going to open up the lines for hopefully other Twitch viewers. It could get spicy. I don't know. Could get weird. Get weird with it. Bring your Type 5. That's right. And call in tomorrow night. Who needs Freakonomics? We have Scarynomics. That's right. It's the absolute best. Best in the business. The best financial correspondent in the business. Think about what you want to say. We'll do the stream tomorrow. I'm going to say 8 p.m. maybe. Sounds very... It's important if you call in that you be normal. That's right. Yeah, it didn't seem very firm. I'm going to say tentatively 8 p.m. And I encourage you all to call in. Okay, that's what's going on tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching the stream. I appreciate it. I'm going to check who's online now. Look, let's raid Feminist Critique. They're still reading Canada and the World by Tyler Shipley. Great book. Tyler's a great guy as well. Let's show Feminist Critique some love. That's spelled right. Thanks, folks. The Moon movie is tonight. Moonfall in the Discord server. I'll try to make it. I don't know if I can do it. I'll try. I would actually like to take part in more of the community events that happen on this channel. Unfortunately, I'm limited by, other factors. Really excited to try my Blue Dream. This seems like in those sci-fi movies, like those sci-fi movies from the 80s, like the drug craze that's sweeping the nation. It does kind of seem like a futuristic, you get these little vials. Ooh, what could that be? Exciting. Thanks again, folks. Join the Discord. Moonfall tonight. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Late night call-in show tomorrow. Goodbye.